renewal, that the Council of the Municipality of Huron East reconvene into open session at 6 p.m. All those in favor? All those in favor? And motion carries. Thank you. Reporting out, council went into a closed session to discuss litigation or potential litigation affecting the municipality in relation to property standards and a municipal drain matter, and also potential sale of land in Brussels. Land acknowledgement. We would like to acknowledge that the land we stand upon today is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, and the Neutral Peoples. Can I get a mover and a seconder for confirmation of the agenda, please? Moved by Councillor Dalton, second by Deputy Mayor, that the agenda for the regular meeting of council dated February 18th, 2025 be adopted as circulated. All those in favor? And motion carries. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest from any member of council at this time? Councillor Morrison.
I'm a member of the Brussels Egg Society, and I seen that they came across on accounts payable 8.4.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Minutes of the previous meeting. Can I get a mover and a seconder for those, please? Moved by Councillor Deal, second by Councillor Chartrand, that the Council of the Municipality of Huron East approve the following council meeting minutes as circulated. That's the regular meeting of February 4th, 2025, and the public meeting of February 4th of 2025. Comments or questions on the minutes? All those in favor? And motion carries. Under the consent agenda, are there any requests to remove an item from the consent agenda at this time? I don't see any. When I read through the Eastern Ontario wardens and even the Peterborough County, and they're both very similar, I thought there were some really good points in there. The only thing that bothered me with supporting them is that I'm not sure it's in our pay grade to be changing the rules, but I did appreciate a lot of the comments that were there and the fact that we could be asked to give an opinion. I thought it was certainly appropriate considering the political climate out there right now. I didn't know if anybody had any interest in supporting either of those motions, just for that reason alone. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I had kind of went back and forth on it, but I certainly would put a motion forward to support them.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Second by Councillor Chartrand. Any final comments or questions on those? All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, and motion carries. Thank you very much. Public meetings, hearings, and delegations. We have a public meeting rezoning bylaw amendment Z03 of 2024.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, can I just go back and get a mover or seconder for the rest of the consent agenda items?
Oh, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Mover and a seconder for the other items. Moved by Councillor Deal, second by Councillor Dalton, that the items 3, 4, 5, and 6 on the consent agenda be accepted for information purposes. All those in favor? And motion carries. And right now we have a public meeting, and can I get a mover and a seconder to adjourn to go to the public meeting? Councillor Deal, Councillor Morrison, that the Council of the Municipality of Huron East adjourn the regular meeting of council at 6:04 p.m. to go into public meeting to discuss the following: zoning bylaw amendment Z03 of 2024. And I need a mover and a seconder. Did I get a mover and a seconder, Jess?
Yes, you did.
Okay, all those in favor? And motion carries. And now I need a mover and a seconder for the agenda for the public meeting. Councillor Deal and Councillor Dalton, that the agenda for the public meeting dated February 18th of 2025 be adopted as circulated. All those in favor? And motion carries. Is there any declaration of pecuniary interest from any member of council at this time at this portion of the meeting? Seeing none, then I will turn this over to Shay Stahl.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I'm just gonna pull up my slides here. Just bear with me a second. Okay, can you guys see that okay?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, so yeah, so this is just the presentation for zoning bylaw amendment Z03 2024. The application applies to two properties, so it's 54181 Newry Road and 45252 Newry Road. And the owner and applicant are Daryl and Clayton Terpstra, and I believe they're with us on Zoom today. So just a quick aerial of these subject lands here. So lot 32 is on the left there, and that's outlined in red. And the image on the left-hand side of the screen here shows just a zoomed in portion of the building cluster existing there. So it consists of the existing hog operation, a large storage shed, and an existing dwelling. And then the red box towards the bottom corner there is the proposed location of the development. And its subject property also applies to lot 33, so that's just to the right there. That's outlined in yellow. And the proposed development is shown in a yellow box in the back there. Both properties front on Newry Road and are located we're just southwest of Henfrin here. All right, so the application does deal with both MDS1 and MDS2 setbacks. So just a quick little refresher on the difference there for folks' reference. So MDS1 is the minimum distance separation required between proposed new development, such as a residence, and existing livestock facilities. And then MDS2 refers to the minimum distance separation required between new or expanding livestock operations and existing developments. So the application today proposes a zoning amendment to amend the existing AG1 zoning on the subject properties to two new AG1 special zones, so one for each respective lot. The first special zone, which is the AG1-51 zone, is on lot 32 and proposes to reduce the required MDS2 setback for an additional hog barn on the existing farm operation, and that's reducing the required 440-meter setback to 245 meters. And then the second special zone is AG1-52, and that's on lot 33. And this proposes to reduce the required MDS1 setback for a proposed new farm residence from the required 614 meters down to 470 meters. Okay, and then just kind of for a bit of visual reference here showing what that looks like. So this image is an aerial of the required MDS2 setbacks and what that looks like. So the two proposed developments are shown in red and yellow again. And then I've got light blue circles showing what the required MDS2 setback is to those neighboring houses. So that's the 440 meters that I mentioned before. So you can see that the red box, the proposed barn, is within the 440-meter setback of the house to the north. And I have included the MDS2 setback for the proposed new house from the yellow box there, just to make sure we're covering all our bases in case that development is constructed first. Oops, lost it here. Sorry, give me 1 second there. I think I lost my PowerPoint. Okay, you can see that again there.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. It's been a while since I've been back on Zoom here. So here, just another aerial photo. That's the same map as before. I've just zoomed out a little bit so you can kind of see the overarching neighborhood in relation to other abutting residences in the area. So there's a lot going on here. But again, those light blue circles are the MDS2 setbacks, so the 440 meters, and then the actual setbacks to each of those neighboring houses. Go ahead for me. And then here is the MDS1 setback for the proposed new residence. So that's showing the 614 meter setback in the purple circle there in relation to the existing and proposed livestock barn. So you can see the existing barn is just within that 615 meter buffer. And again, here just zoomed out a little bit so you can see the overall neighborhood. So you can see the full extent of that 615 MDS1 buffer, and then the actual setbacks to each of those neighboring livestock barns. So the proposed house is about 950 meters to the livestock barn to the south, and a little over 1,000 meters to the existing livestock barn to the west here. Okay, so the lands are designated agriculture and natural environment and both zoned AG1, as I mentioned. And just for reference, here are the two special zones that are proposed. So one for each of the respective MDS setbacks. And then just for reference, what the proposed zone map would look like once updated. And then here I've just got the applicant sketches showing the proposed location of the new livestock barn on the left there. It's proposed to be either connected to the existing barns through a hallway or directly attached. And then on the right is the proposed house location. I just oriented it so north is at the top here, including the required setback from the natural environment area outside of the natural hazard buffer. Okay, and then I'll just go over a bit more details about the proposed developments here. So the first being the hog barn addition. It's proposed to add approximately 1,000 hogs in addition to the existing 2,000 head finishing hogs on the site. The location proposed by the applicant represents approximately a 44% reduction in that required MDS2 setback. I did meet with the applicants a couple times and we explored some alternative locations for the new barn expansion. Ultimately, the applicants noted several reasons why they do not wish to shift the barn further south. At a high level, I'll just go over these. I think the applicants are here and may speak to them further. But generally noted reasons including loss of efficiencies from both a financial and biosecurity standpoint, as well as the investment that's been made on the farm in this location, and considering a loss of additional farmland from a further location. Further, there's some physical barriers to the south of the property to keep in mind. So notably, a portion of the farm to the south consists of muck organic soils, which are less conducive to development. As well, there's a large portion of floodplain associated with the natural environment, just to steer clear of as well. And we also did look at some other farm locations owned by the farm family. However, they noted that these other locations house primarily sows, which is not readily compatible with finishing hogs as proposed here. So the second development is the new farm residence on lot 33. And this is needed for a family member actively involved in the existing farm operation and plays into succession planning and future plans for the business, including a potential future Wiener nursery barn, which would benefit from close proximity of a residence for workers on site. And this reduction represents approximately a 23% reduction to the MDS 1 setback required. Okay, so just going briefly over the policies applying to each development. I'll separate it for each development as this is kind of where the two proposals diverge. So the agricultural policies of the Huron East official plan provide various policies and goals for promoting different scopes of agricultural activities while also balancing the need for limited housing in the agricultural setting. The official plan requires all farm buildings and residences comply with the MDS formula, and further states that the objective of MDS is to prevent land use conflicts and minimum nuisance complaints from odor associated with livestock barns. It is important to note that while there are many factors related to livestock facilities, minimizing the impact of odor is the main objective when it comes to MDS. The MDS document further allows municipalities to reduce MDS setbacks in a limited site-specific circumstances that meet the intent of the MDS document. And then the PPS and county official plan both also require development to comply with that MDS document and maintain the intent of the guidelines. So the new proposed house suggesting a 23% reduction to the required setback suggests a relatively modest reduction, and currently both properties are owned by the same farm operator. However, should these properties change hands, the impact of the existing and proposed barn is considered to be minimal, as there's adequate physical buffer space in between, including a large swath of forested area. The MDS 1 reduction required is considered appropriate and maintains the intent of the official plan and MDS document, as well as the other policy documents I mentioned. And then the new barn, proposing a 44% reduction to the required setback, suggests a substantial reduction to this requirement. So the existing livestock barn was constructed prior to today's MDS guidelines and wouldn't meet today's standards if it was built fresh today. This proposed location results in an increased impact to the neighbor to the north and could lead to further compatibility concerns and conflicts. So as such, the MDS 2 reduction requested does not maintain the intent of the official plan, MDS document, and the other policy documents I mentioned. Just quickly going over some comments here. So from agencies, Maitland Valley sent in some comments. So they have no natural hazard concern with the proposed location for either development, provided they're outside of the wetland and floodplain. And they've been working with the applicants on the specific requirements for the proposed house on lot 33. And then getting into some public comments. So there was several letters of concern received from neighbors. Those have all been included in correspondence along with the agenda here. So I'll just briefly go over them. So comments were received from Mark and Laura Long. So that is the neighbor directly to the north, impacted by the MDS 2. So they noted some concerns related to impacts on their property, specifically odor, health, noise, and environmental concerns, and generally concerned with the level of the MDS reduction proposed. And then Jeffrey Spearin and family are the neighbors to, they own 2 farm properties to the west. And they noted noted opposition to the proposal due to potential impacts to their property and surrounding properties, and concern with potential future impacts for their own barn expansions. And then Dennis Terpstra is the neighbor to the southeast of the properties, noted some concerns with impacts to abutting landowners, particularly odor, ammonia concentrations, and environmental impacts relating to nutrient management and greenhouse gas emissions. And also just noted more concerns with needing more information on the proposal and kind of the big picture there. And then after my report was submitted, we did get some further comments from Joe Terpstra, another farmer in the area. And he noted some comments of support, citing the priority of agriculture in the agricultural setting, the efficiencies and environmentally minded practices of the existing operation, and just noting that the existing residences and barn have coexisted for years. So just included a few photos of the property here. It was a pretty snowy visit, so kind of hard to get a full understanding. So on the left, kind of an idea of what the existing barn operation looks like and some of the infrastructure on the farm. And then the right image there is the approximate location of the new barn expansion. I believe it would kind of run parallel to that barn you can see there. And then a couple images here from Google Earth in a less snowy time. So this is just kind of showing what the existing farm operation looks like from the road. So that's just at the driveway on the left image there. And then a little bit further down the road on the right image, looking towards the existing operation. So here I've just shown, I did mention the muck soils, muck organic soils were a consideration as far as reasoning why a further location wasn't appropriate. So this is just a map showing the soil survey. So the blue there is the muck organic soil that's less conducive to development. And then the orangey green is our class 1 soils. So that's soils left a little bit more stable and better for development, just in considering possible locations. And then again, for reference, this image is just showing the floodplain associated with the wetlands there. So the blue hatched is the floodplain. So you can see it kind of surrounds the existing barn operation. And then lastly here, I've just shown a potential alternative location that would result in a smaller MDS2 reduction by moving the barn further to the south. So here the barn would be about 350 meters from the neighboring house to the north. And this location is also considering the constraints from the floodplain, as well as soil conditions, with this location being in the class 1 more stable soils. And this would result in a setback of approximately 20%, reduction of about 20%. So just to illustrate, there may be a potential alternative location that may be considered appropriate while the proposed location is not. Just providing this, as council may want to consider deferring the application to allow time to explore this option. We can see how the discussion goes as well. And then lastly, so since the application as it was submitted does not meet the applicable policies for both special provisions that are requested, the application is recommended for denial. And I'm here for any questions, and I believe the applicants are here as well.
Okay, so at this point in the meeting, I will go to members of the public first, members of council second, and then the applicants can speak after that. So at this time, are there any members of the public that wish to make any comments, speak in favor of or denial of the application?
Yeah, it's Mark Long here. I just don't agree with such aggressive amendment. I'm all for, I work in the ag sector. I'm all for the growth in ag, but these MDS guidelines are put in place for a reason. And I think if he wants to build, Mr. Terpstra wants to build his barn, he does it within the MDS guidelines. I think his reasoning is just for convenience, like that he doesn't have to add on to the feed and put a laneway in for hydro and that kind of stuff. And I don't think my family should suffer for his convenience.
I should note that we are the farm that is located 250 meters away from the proposed build site, so it does affect us significantly. When we purchased our property, there were no pigs here, and we have lived with it, Daryl taking over and putting the pigs in the barn, agreeing that we live in the country, but to add an additional 1,000 pigs with such a significant reduction is a little bit absurd.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Are there any other members of the public that would like to comment on the application?
Can Shay take down her presentation? We can't see anybody.
Okay. Thank you. Again, are there any other members of the public that wish to comment at this time? Okay, hearing none, then I will go to council. Are there any questions or comments from members of council at this time? Councillor Chartrand.
Yes, this MDS of 44% reduction is not minor. That's a major, major reduction. And I cannot support that. I mean, of the three families that are effective, it's Laura and Mark that are the closest that'll have the major impact on this. So I will not be supporting this change.
Any other, Councillor Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I concur with Councillor Chartrand. I can handle 23%, but 44% to me is very extreme, and I agree with Planner Stoll that we deny the application.
Okay, any other comments or questions at this time? Councillor Deal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I also concur with Councillor Chartrand. 44% is not minor, and you're pushing the 50% there. And the chances of the Longs doing any building on their own property would pretty much be mute if this went through as it stands today. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor was next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think it's already been said already, but I agree with the past councillors with all their comments, and I'm going to be voting no.
Any final comments from members of council at this time? Okay, there was a recommended motion now at this time. I will take
Actually,
any
sorry.
comments or questions from the applicant.
Hello, council. I would like to put my case forward just a little bit. What Mark and Laura Long are definitely the ones that we should be concerned about here. And I've taken consideration into that. I've gone over every one of their concerns that they have. Today, they are currently 182 meters from the proposed barn, not the 250 that we're asking for. The current barn is 182 meters from their house. We're asking to put a small addition on 250 meters or possibly a few more meters from their house, which is a 70-meter increase, which if you were to do an MDS2 calculation, it would reflect a reasonable expansion to be able to go 70 meters further away. I do understand that it is a significant reduction, and if we were building a new site, it would not even be a consideration for our company to propose something of that sort. But our efficiencies on our farm with the high moisture corn silos already there and able to support about 4,000 hogs, we're thinking that a small increase would be allowable. I could go through each one of every one of Mark's comments and Laura's comments and answer them completely if council wants to hear my answers to their concerns.
We can certainly go through your comments at this time. I do believe that you've already addressed your comments with the planner. The other option is that if we go through everything, council has the option of either saying yay or nay on the proposal, or we can ask that it be deferred and that the planner sit down with you again and see if there is a way to work something out here that is suitable to everybody in the neighborhood. If you're willing to take the chance on the final vote tonight, that's fine. If you want another crack at having a discussion with the planner to see if something can be resolved, then we could defer and give you the opportunity to have that discussion. Which would you prefer to do at this time?
Well, this is a two-part question, and AG 5.1 and AG 5.2 are separate. If Shay, what would be the best way to go forward to address AG 5.2 separately?
Yeah, thanks, Daryl. So yeah, since this is coming in under one application, the two special zones are tied together. So it may be your best option to look at deferring it, and then we can see if there is a potential option for the barn expansion that you still want to apply for. You could always, if we defer it, we go back and forth and decide to forego the barn expansion at this time and just get the house proposal and bring that back next council.
Okay, council, would you like to hear my son Clay's reasoning for AG 5.2 today?
You have the floor at this time, Daryl, if you want to share your concerns.
Clay, do you want to present that one?
So we are looking at building the house on lot 33, and we need the reduction from our existing facility. And I believe the number fluctuates depending if the expansion's built or not. The reason we would like to build back there is because I don't want to be as close to the main road as I currently am, where I live at on lot 32. We have looked at building on lot 32 a new house further back from the road, which is even closer to the barn than the existing house on this property. And the only reason we did not want to do that is because for succession planning for our farm, we require more housing because I have 6 other siblings and at least 5 of them are interested in farming. So we need more houses for succession planning. So we'd like to build our house on lot 32 and set it up that we can build a nursery barn in the future so the farm can support itself, because obviously if it's just a house in a field, it's really hard to make a living. So, and the proposed nursery barn for the future meets all the MDS2 requirements from existing neighbors currently. And we've been in the process of trying to build a house there for 4 years now. Started out reaching out to Huron County and then working with Maitland Valley, getting a environmental impact study all done. And now we're trying to do the final stages of getting this zoning amendment pushed through.
Okay, so if I understand the situation correctly, you chose to put both applications together, and I suspect that was for financial reasons, because one application costs less than 2. If in fact you were willing to accept a deferral at this point, you would then have the option of talking with the planners and see if there's any way to go ahead with the housing portion of it, because it sounds like that one is being recommended as appropriate. And then you've got just the other one to deal with. Or if you just want to carry on this evening and have council take a vote on it and live with the consequences of that vote, you have that option also. But if you would like to have it deferred to have the opportunity to have another discussion, then I would ask you to make that request to council at this time, and we could address that first.
So Clayton, are you in agreement that we should defer?
Yes, I think we should defer.
Could we ask council's permission to defer this until we discuss with the planner the next options?
Okay, so do I have any members of council that are willing to move and second that we defer this until further information is available? Moved by Councillor Chartrand, second by Councillor Fisher. Any other comments or questions at this time? All those in favor of deferring the application at this time? And motion carries. Thank you. So I will leave it to you, you folks to get a hold of the planner, or the planner get a hold of you, and hopefully with those discussions, you can come to some sort of agreement that suits everybody in the long run.
Thank you.
Can I get a mover and a seconder to adjourn the public meeting, please? Moved by Councillor Morrison, second by Councillor Deal, that the public meeting for zoning bylaw amendment adjourn at 6:36 p.m. All those in favor? And motion carries. Thank you. We are still in a public meeting here. Or do I have to open another public meeting, Jess?
No, you don't have to open another one. We just have to do that separately for the Planning Act, but this one's just considered the public input portion of the budget.
Okay. So at this point, we have a public meeting to deal with the 2025 public input, and this portion of the meeting will be presented by the CAO. I'm assuming this is going to take more than 5 minutes, Brad. So does anybody want to fill up their water jug or their coffee or anything, or just carry on right away? I don't see any requests. So Brad, I'm just going to turn the floor over to you, and you can take it from here.
Super. I'm going to try and share my screen here. Everybody see that?
It's all good.
Is it the full screen picture? I can't see what you're seeing.
I've got the full screen picture and just a few people down the side. So if
okay, I'll start from here then.
Okay, I'm going to ask to let Brad go as far as we can through the presentation. Try and make notes, and hopefully we can just answer any questions there are at the end. I'm thinking that might just speed it up a little bit.
Sure. So important aspect of any budgets to sort of look at where kind of municipalities should be from a tax rate perspective. And council's seen this, and I've presented this numerous times, but for the public's sake, it's important to look at it. So I used the 2024 tax rates and kind of compared it to municipalities, comparable municipalities around our area, and also looked at it from a standpoint of the service ranges that, or service levels that each of the municipalities carry. And so kind of looking at our service range, I mean, we have 3 community centers, we have a fairly extensive road network, we have a numerous numbers of parks, 3 fire stations, and so looking at all those types of service levels, we probably should be kind of in that mid-range you kind of see based upon that little bracket that's there. And currently in 2024, we're kind of sitting in the right sort of range. You know, maybe should be up a little bit higher. It's interesting to note, though, you know, Central Huron has a bit higher tax rate than us, but they also got a fairly significant amount of revenue that comes in through the OLGC. So there's a bit of a difference there in terms of what they're sitting at. So we probably should be above them at least. So it just kind of puts that in perspective. It's always interesting too. I'll just move to the next slide. Taxpayers typically say, what's the municipality doing with our tax dollar? Well, the truth of it is we only get about 50 cents of that tax dollar ourselves, because the rest of it goes either to the county or to the school board. So for every dollar a taxpayer pays towards taxes, half of it's going elsewhere. We collect it, and then we have to reimburse the county and the school board on a quarterly basis. So we're the body that has to collect it, though. The other piece that change slides. Other important aspect too is to look at is what do we get for our tax dollar? So a lot of people ask the question, what do we get for our tax dollar? You got access to 3 recreation fields, including 2 arenas, an outdoor pool, a fitness center, 3 community halls. You have access to parks, playgrounds, trails, and green space, an outdoor pool, and a second partially funded outdoor pool operated by others, which is the Seaforth Lions in Seaforth. You have a number of ball diamonds. You have some athletic fields, soccer fields, and you have outdoor sport pads. You got 3 fire stations serving a fairly broad area. So Huron East is one of the largest municipalities in Huron County in its in general square kilometer of area. And you have 444 lane kilometers of roads. So fairly significant number of roads, obviously, because of the size of the municipality. We also have about 115 bridges and culverts that, are intricate to all the road network that's provided through the municipality. So those have to be maintained, repaired, and sometimes in certain cases, once their lifespans reach the end of their lifespan, they have to be replaced. So we got to make sure we put dollars away for those future replacements. Obviously, we get sidewalks and sidewalks maintenance and repair, stormwater management systems. It's always called in the public sector world, we always talk about stormwater being kind of the poor cousin. It doesn't get much attention. It's not glitzy, but when it sure rains, everybody's pretty happy that we have a storm sewer system in place. So it takes a lot of money to maintain those things, and they're not typically funded through provincial grants, and they're not typically they're not funded through any kind of a user pay system. So they're all based on the tax dollar. We have 2 conservation authorities that we get assigned costs for their work, flood control and watershed management. So that's the Maitland Valley Conservation Authority and the Osable Bayfield Conservation Authority. We have waste collection and disposal. We have leaf collection and disposal. We have access to landfill and transfer stations as part of our service. Policing's a big one. Daycare services. We have 2 libraries. We have street lighting, of course, throughout the municipality, particularly in the urban areas. We have 3 cemeteries that we own and operate, as well as we provide some administrative support to numerous other cemeteries that are operated by others. We have our economic development services, bylaw enforcement, and animal control. So a fairly broad range of services that we provide throughout the municipality. It's important to note, and I've heard this stated a few times, is people say, I pay a whole pile of taxes and I don't even get water or sanitary sewer service. Well, the water and sewer service is paid by the users who are on those systems. So the tax dollar itself does not fund water and sewer services. So it's important to note that. The building service itself. So the building service is self-funded. So the purpose of building permit fees is to generate enough revenue to sustain that building department itself and its staff. So it has no cost on the municipal taxpayer. It's meant to be net neutral or 0 cost to the municipality, the taxpayer. And then the Seaforth BI is also self-funded. So there's a separate distinct levy that's assessed to the Seaforth BIA district, where additional tax dollars are raised to help fund their activities. So when we get into the 2025 budget process, we look at it from a standpoint, there's a few influences that have happened over the course of the year. So we had cost of living increase the wages, so we've got to remain competitive to keep our staff. We've been challenged over the last, say, 2 or 3 years keeping staff and being competitive, but we did go through our wage compensation review. And since we've been in that mode, we've been in a better state, a bit more stability, but we've got to maintain ourselves as well. So it's important that we look at those cost of living increases on an annual basis. Well, we had a big change in 24 actually, at the end of 24, where we we modified our fire administration to a full-time fire chief and a part-time deputy fire chief. So that was a fairly big change, partially impacted in 24, or partially implemented in 24. But due to the absence of our fire chief for a period of time there, it was net cost neutral for the most part in 24. But we do have to recognize the costs in 25. We were looking at a fairly significant increase in the OPP costing based upon some of the retroactive payments to the OE based upon the provincial government's defeated court case on the 1% increase for all Ontario public servants. So they had to we're back to making that available at cost of living. So there was some retroactive pay. Fortunately, the province stepped up and kind of absorbed that retroactive cost. So we're only looking at about a 1% increase in OPP costs, which is fairly negligible on the levy. Benefits, we had about a 14% increase on benefits. So benefits for employees, again, critical aspect of retaining and recruiting employees is making sure we have a good benefit program. That had 14%. That's about a 1.6% hit on the levy. We were quite fortunate that our insurance itself only was a 5% increase. I think it's the first time in a number of years our insurance didn't increase into double digits. So pretty happy with that. So it only represents about 0.25% of the levy. We do have a 6.7% capital levy increase, and we'll get into that a little bit more on the financial strategy piece of it. We had been targeting 4.2, but because we had some opportunities in 25, we've bumped it up to 6.7 to try to help level out the forecasted 5-year tax levy increases. So trying to keep things sort of in that same range. So 6.7 is what's in the budget now. We did add the actual operational costs, 25,000 for the Seaforth Lions pool based upon council's direction. Council remuneration also increased by 2.1%, same as the staff. So we're looking at 0.1% levy increase. Probably a big change, but we clarified our council bylaw for conferences. So it was basically I was kind of helps for council. It's appropriate, and council supported that. So it's a 62% increase, but it's only a 0.1% levy increase. So that incorporated in there as well. And previously, as part of a budget workshop, working with council, one of the things that we suggested and council supported was to make sure that our administrative costs are being accurately distributed to those non-tax based cost centers. So we've done that, and so that reflects it, and that has a net benefit to the levy. So it reduces it a bit. So those cost centers would be things like the water and sewer systems, the building department for sure. And we also made sure that some of the centers where we know we get external funding based upon overall cost, such as the daycare, we incorporated and allocated some administrative costs to them as well. So that hopefully helps us in turn increase our revenue and reduce our operating costs. Some of our revenue sources, some of them are typical. So we usually get OMPF funding. That's the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. This was established back, I don't know what year it was now, but it would have been around a time when the municipalities were picking up some of the provincial services, roads, things like that, and policing. So that was essentially been increased by about 10% this year. And so that's about a 1.1% levy decrease. Our OCIF funding, it's not really a tax. It doesn't have any impact on the levy. It's really meant to be funding used for capital linear infrastructure like roads and bridges. So that increased by 15% as well, but again, no impact on the gas tax. What used to be called gas tax, which is now called the Canada Community Building Fund, had a 4% increase. So that's been a steady source of funding for a number of years now. Again, it's designated and required to be used on capital items. So again, no impact on the municipal levy. We also are projecting a 3% increase in our aggregate resource funding. They typically do increase that. Again, it's typically the aggregate resource we use for some of our capital road projects. So the royalties were set up basically to compensate municipalities, ideally for the impact quarries and aggregate pits would have on the road infrastructure. So that's where it gets allocated. In terms of user fees, we index most of our user fees to COLA where able. One of the things we do, and council again supported, was to increase some of the daycare fees. We're somewhat restricted on the ones that are funded through the Canada-wide early learning childcare program, Canada Child Care Program, because of those federal agreements. So they put some restrictions on those. I know there's conversations being had about that needs to be relooked at because daycare costs keep going up at a greater level than what the province federal funding agreements are permitting. So I know there's conversations. I don't know what the outcome that will be. We also increased our daycare revenue, so we're no longer accepting scheduled absences. So like most daycares throughout the province, you pay for the spot, not for the day. So if you have a child that's in the daycare program, you're paying for that child to take that spot. And if they decide they're not going to be there on a particular day, or if they decide to go on vacation for a week, you're still paying for that spot. Because we still have to have the same staff there and that. So that was a good decision that we made. So that actually increased our revenue by about 60K. Some of our municipal contributions, we have partnerships with other municipalities, two of them with Morris Turnberry and two with West Perth. Brussels Fires at about a 40% cost share, and the BMGC is about 1% cost share with Morris Turnberry. And then the SDCC and the Seaforth Fire both have fairly nominal, but still helpful cost shares related to those agreements. Council will be aware that we do get funding of about $220,000 a year until 2003 through the Vibrancy Fund. This is the monies that were as part of the wind farms that were developed in the area east of Seaforth. So we use that, and that's for some of our capital programs, particularly on the recreation community side of things. Obviously, taxation's our primary source of revenue once you get beyond provincial and federal funding. And then we do get some funding through the Canada-wide Early Learning Program, as well as some daycare funding through the Huron County. It's difficult. They kind of typically what happens is that number kind of is set at a fairly low, modest sort of level, I guess. And then typically what happens at the end of the year, not guaranteed, is we typically get some fairly not fairly significant, but we get some additional dollars kind of handed out at the end of the year. It doesn't help us from a budget standpoint, but it certainly helps us with our final deficit surplus situation at the end of each fiscal year. Assessment growth. So assessment growth does not directly mean new revenue. So when I say assessment growth, that means new agricultural facility, new residential housing, anything kind of new where, something's been added. Some of it might be based upon, some people do an addition on a house that might raise it slightly, but it's mostly based upon new agricultural facilities and new residential homes. And so the increased assessment allows us to basically levy the amount of dollars that we need over a greater distributed assessment base. And so that ultimately reduces the tax rate, because the tax rate's based upon the municipal levy amount, whatever the municipality needs to receive in taxes, divided by the total assessment of all the assessed properties throughout Huron East. That is how you calculate your municipal tax rate. So trying to make some rough estimate based upon what it might look like in terms of revenue, we're looking at probably around $200,000 worth of additional revenue. And so that will again help reduce the tax rate, but not the tax levy. So the increase will stay the same. It's just the tax rate might get reduced slightly based upon that new assessment growth. There are lots of, I really suggest people go to MPAC. MPAC has a really good a video series and presentation materials explaining how the assessment process works from a tax perspective. The municipality doesn't set the assessments. MPAC does it. We merely use those assessed values, the weighted assessed values, to determine what tax rate would be. One of the things that the municipality has struggled over the last 3 years is that they had some what we called carry forward deficits in sort of 4 cost centers: the BMG, the SDCC, the Brussels Cemetery, and then the Seaforth Fire. So these were deficits, operational deficits that were carried forward, and they were budgeted, so they were kind of built into the budget, and so. I can't explain why, but at the end of the day, we've got this ability that we have deficits that have not been funded. The best way to view it is it's unfunded dollars that have been spent. So we've always talked about trying to reduce these. We've deferred it for 3 years in an attempt to keep the levy increase moderate. So some options to consider, though, in terms of the deficit. So we record them as, so we paid them, and that's correct. We've paid all the bills. The problem is we haven't said where we're funding it from. And so anything that's unfunded typically comes out of what we call working capital. The name's kind of a oxymoron because it's not for capital projects. It's just called working capital. It's just the dollars that the municipality has for its cash flow. A better term for it would be your cash flow reserve. The amount of money you got to keep in the bank to make sure you don't go below when you pay all the bills out. And that typically goes through a cycle because, we put on our first interim tax bill, the money starts coming in, but before it all comes in, we typically have to pay the county, the school board, their share of the taxes. And so the money goes out, and then when the money goes out in such large amounts, we haven't quite got the full quarter in. And so there's some ups and downs in terms of that cash flow. And recently, because we've also invested some money into the Brussels subdivision, and we also have some capital works that have been paid for, which is the Brussels Community Center, but it was going to be funded by donation pledges over 5 years. So as those donation pledges come in, they replenish the funds that we spent on the building. But it still means we have to cash flow it. So looking at all those things, the operational deficits, we're looking at, close to having $2.4 million worth of money that's basically sort of just been spent and not in our cash flow. And so what we're trying to do is, of course, the Brussels subdivision, once all the lots are sold, those will be replenished. Once all the donations or receipts are paid up, that will replenish those. So really all we're looking at is basically our operational deficits. The downside is periodically when we're in a cash flow situation, cash flow gets to the point where we actually have to draw from our line of credit to pay the bills until the revenue comes in the next cycle. And so there will be some interest costs. associated with that short-term borrowing. So some of the considerations we've council, it's interesting. This is kind of new to council, but it's also a conversation we'll have later as part of our council report. So going through the budget document, kind of doing sort of the final last checks, I was trying to figure out what was going on with a reserve transfer, and the numbers didn't seem to quite add up. And so then when I actually drilled down into some of the notes and drilled into the background on it, it makes sense because at the time that's what we agreed we do. So back in 2022, for 23, council agreed to establish a 2.1% capital levy, which was based upon the asset management plan recommendation at that time. That's been subsequently modified to increase it to 4.2, but based upon that time, that decision, we put a capital levy of 2.1% belted into the budget, but it got buried in a reserve transfer line. And so it didn't get caught in 2024 or 23. And in 23, we actually set up, for the 23 budget, we set up our financial strategy where all the reserve transfers, the 4.2% capital levy was built into that financial strategy. So we essentially were capturing it, well, not twice, 4.2 in the capital plan, but an additional 2.1. So I've removed it in 2025. So we're just doing it through the financial strategy and not twice. But we've got an opportunity here, and it's related to the deficit, is that we've got an extra $525,000 that we could quite frankly use to offset some of those deficits. So a couple of recommendations, which staff and council will talk about a little bit later, is that staff are recommending that 200,000 of that 525 be allocated to an operational reserve. And this is for things that are emergencies or unplanned or unexpected expenses that arise that staff or council have no control over. And it could be anything simply from, this winter is probably a perfect example, is if we budgeted for the last 5 years based on average cost for winter maintenance, this year might be a bad year. Depends what the fall does, what November and December look like, but if they're bad as well, we may end up having cost overruns. So this is an opportunity for us to have an operational reserve where we can use that to draw so that we don't end up in a deficit situation based on an overall budget. Could also use it for things like insurance claim deductibles. So if someone puts a claim into the municipality, whether it's for a slip and fall or a vehicle accident, they put a claim in, we're still responsible for the deductible, even though our insurer is, disputing the claim on our behalf. We still have to pay up to the deductible, at which point the insurance company takes over. So those are costs that we don't budget for, and we don't have. So that would be another place. Then, of course, we always have emergency expenditures that could come about. Could it be anything from a flood emergency? Could be some other type of emergency crisis, technological emergency crisis where we have to put dollars out, not necessarily knowing whether or not will be recovered through the provincial emergency relief fund. So it just gives us a bit of a cushion. And I think Mayor McClellan, you spoke about it at the last budget session, was with the OPP costs. We don't know what that's going to look like in 2026. So might be a little bit of a buffer there to help absorb some of those unexpected costs that might come through at that point in time. So that's kind of what we're thinking for that. And then the rest of that, the 325, the remaining amount, we would allocate to the reducing some of those operational deficits. Next, we'll move on to the grant program. So there's $25,000 set up and assigned to the grant program under the council cost center. This is going to be discussed later as well, the grant program, but it just provides dollars available to community groups to be able to access grant programs for the municipality. And the proposed grant program that's going to be presented to council tonight includes like a programming cost. or programming grant as well as a capital streaming grant. So it provides those opportunities. One of the things the budget did do, I'm even getting ahead of myself. Nope, I'll talk about it here. So one of the things we did do in the budget as well is some of those items that are reoccurring and essentially what we believe to provide, or at least what staff believe provide a service to the municipality directly. We included those in the budget. And so that includes things like the parades in Seaforth and Brussels, the seasonal parade around Christmas time. And then also the two horticultural societies typically plant flowers on municipal property and maintain them for us. So they provide a service directly to the municipality. Then if they didn't do these things, then quite frankly, we would probably have to do it and then would absorb those costs. Okay, so we'll talk about the grant program with council later. Waste bin fees. Also at the last budget discussion, council agreed to increase the waste bin fees. They were 110. So the small bin will go from 110 to 120, the medium 185 to 200, and the large 270 to 300. This will help meet sort of the actual costs because we set those back a couple of years ago. And since then, there's been cost increases to our services that we're providing by some of our contractors. And so it just helps us keep up to date with those costs. So that's been incorporated in the budget as well. The administration allocation I talked about before is a fairly minor portion of administration costs was being allocated to sort of those non-tax-based cost centers. We feel it was significantly undervaluing the administrative cost. The truth is the administration, the staff, that your finance department, even my role and the clerk's role, it really exists only to service the other departments. It doesn't really provide any function independently that it provides. The only exceptions being, lottery licensing and marriage licensing. So everything that the administration finance department does is usually to support all the other cost centers. So we've made sure we've at least allocated a portion of that to those non-tax based cost centers to make sure that they're paying their fair represented share. So we've done that as part of the 2025. Likely what we'll probably do is we'll try to look at making sure we allocate that to all our cost centers, even the tax-based ones in 2026. And strategically, that would be good because a lot of times the OMPF funding that I spoke about will be based upon the financial information return that we submit to the province on an annual basis. And they will base their decisions based upon cost for each level of service that we provide. So if in fact, the cost for roads administration should be a little bit higher, that might get reflected in a better return on our OMPF funding. So making sure that each cost center is accurately costed and represented is sort of what we're trying to move towards. So looking at our financial strategy, or where we at, here's kind of where we're looking at based upon some of the values. And if I lose people here, I'm going to be disappointed, but my internet's going. Can you still hear me? Am I good? Okay. Capital levy for 2025, as I said before, will be 6.7. Looking forward, we're probably looking at a 5.3. And actually a bit of a drop in our capital levy in 2027, 2% in 28. And you wonder, why is that going up and down? Well, if you see the next line down, I'm trying to keep the municipal levy kind of hovering in some modest ranges there so that we're typically keeping the levy in sort of that 3 to 6% range. Okay, again, this is not the tax rate increase. This is just the municipal levy increase. Tax rate itself will be a function of what the county levy comes in at. So speaking with Mayor, I think they're sitting right now at around 5%. Where they'll be will be discussions forthcoming. School board levy will be 0%, so that'll help actually reduce the tax rate a bit. And then, of course, I spoke about earlier the assessment for 2.4. So when all those factors are incorporated, we can set the tax rate. In addition to staff recommendation based upon that $525,000 that we have to reduce the levy, there's an opportunity here too, that since we have such a low municipal levy at 3.4%, relatively low, there's an opportunity here for council to fully eliminate those operational deficits by levying roughly about another 2%. So moving it to 5.4, an additional $221,000 to completely eliminate those operational deficits. Then they'll be off our books and we can move forward. In terms of the financial strategy, so here is continuing to implement their financial strategy since 2023. Continuing to increase some reserve contributions to target levels. Based upon 2025 proposed budget, Huron is well on its way to being able to reasonably sustain reserve contributions to existing capital needs. So it's been a rough go, guys. I know it's been a tough 2 or 3 years with some fairly significant tax rate increase. But I think we're finally kind of getting past that hurdle and looking like we'll be in good shape going forward. We'll be able to support all of our existing assets on the schedules that are currently presented. And we're looking at fairly modest tax levy increases over the next 4 or 5 years. In terms of the financial strategy, a total of $5.3 million in capital projects will be spent in 2025 using taxes, grants, and reserves. It's just grants and reserves. So we're raising dollars through taxation to put into our reserves, and then those reserves are being used to fund the capital, as well as some of the growth in the OCIF, the gas tax, and any grants like the Connecting Link grant we got recently from the province for Garner Street West. So out of that total of $2.15 million in tax-based reserve contributions are in place for 2025 as part of the budget. So that's your increase that by 6.7% from 2024. Quickly try to go through some of these. I'm not going to read off the numbers, but just in terms of some of the projects that were part of our capital plan for the public's information, we're looking at Sawmill Road resurfacing. As I mentioned previously, we got some Connecting Link funding, so Goddard Street West. So we've done the east portion was done back in 2021-22 kind of time frames. So we'll be looking at trying to complete that. So that'll get the Connecting Link and Seaforth completed. That'll include some upgrades to water sewer as well as storm. For sanitary sewer, other than Goddard Street West, we've got some roof replacement in our wastewater treatment facility up in Brussels. Water's just Goddard Street. Municipal drain assessments. There's some work on the Coates, Geiger, Sinclair, and Clark McTaggart. These are the dollars that are assessed to the municipality. So as some council will know, but just for the public's sake, when a municipal drain work is the municipality gets assessed a portion of that cost as well. And so that's what those dollars for, the portions that were assessed to the municipality. We get some work on some of our public works buildings, some roof replacements and some heater replacements. Last year we deferred our equipment purchases for the public works department to 2025, and so these are all in place. So the tandem, which was ordered in 24 as part of the 24 capital plan deferment. So that is probably in place already. I believe it's already been delivered. At a half-ton replacement and a 1-ton replacement. We also are looking at purchasing a grader from Huron County for that dollar amount. The Seaforth Community Center, there's a few bits of work to do there. So some chiller replacement, the header, which is the head of the lines that feed out underneath the floor. So we're going to do some repairs to that, some security upgrades, some shower upgrades, ceiling beam refinishing, some exterior paint work. And then we certainly need to do some gravel work. Our public work guy do some of the maintenance there in terms of the grading, and they're saying that we just need some fresh gravel in there. It's getting too difficult to grade. Sorry. And then under the BMG, we've got a brine pump replacement, electrical panel replacement. This is part of the old parts of the building, not the new parts. Some exterior paint. So if council's aware, you look at the nice new shiny part of the building, the exterior doesn't quite match. It's a little faded. So it'd be nice if we could clean that up and paint that exterior surface to match. And of course, we're also looking at purchasing an ice resurfacer, and the intent here is to purchase an E energy efficient ice resurfacer, so electric. So that's a first for us, but one opportunity for us to get away from carbon fuels. D4 tennis courts. So we've talked about this. It kind of keeps continuing to get deferred. This is wholly depending upon whether or not we get some funding from a third party. At this point in time, it's in the budget, but it's conditional upon whether or not we actually get any funding, and we're looking for 100% funding on that. Brussels Ball Diamonds, a project that's been deferred, was deferred last year, so it's back in for this year. That's to regrade it. It gets when we have significant rainfalls, it seems to wash away all the clay in the ball field. So we're going to regrade that to stop that from happening. Otherwise, we're just going to keep throwing dollars after dollars when we replace the clay. Brussels Pool was a project for the most part we included last year, but we kind of repackaged it. There was some additional work we saw that needed to be done. So we're kind of repackaging and doing it this year. So we were filters, the pump, some building repairs, the heater, the pool deck and plumbing. So all that work will either be done before the pool opens or when the pool closes in the fall. It will not affect our season. The Brussels Cemetery tractor at 60,000. So I know council did suggest, was there any opportunities for this tractor to be used elsewhere? Certainly it could and would be used by the Community Services Department when it could be used, but its primary purposes is for the cemetery. Ultimately, council staff will get prices and quotes, bring that to council as part of the course of the year. And at that point in time, council can certainly decide whether they want to go forward or not. All it will do is just mean that 60,000 stays in the reserves. It doesn't have any bearing on the tax levy. Seaforth Library, they were looking at some carpet and paint replacement, and then the Brussels Library, again, we deferred the HVAC from last year, so that's back in for this year. Cranbrook Hall roof replacement, so it's in the budget for 25, unless somebody can tell me that it can last a couple more years, but based upon our property and maintenance coordinator, he's concerned that the roof needs to be replaced sooner rather than later. So that's at 50,000, but that would require at least 50% of that being funded by the community. Town hall roof replacement. We did one small roof last year. Now we're doing the other part of the flat roof. I believe it's over kind of the OPP and the shop garage area. So that needs to be replaced. We've got some additional furniture replacements we need to do and some additional renovations. We're kind of trying to phase out the renovations here over the years. Should be the last phase, I hope, until we go through a full refurbishment of the building, subject to some plan down the road if we ever get funding for something like that. Fire, typical things in the fire is there's about 60,000 for the PPE. That's your bunker gear, masks, boots, etc. So that's been kind of standard throughout the years. We've always budgeted about 20 grand per station to keep that up to grade. Radio equipment upgrades. So we put about 30 in here. So certain part, I shouldn't say, a fairly large percentage of our municipality doesn't get very good radio coverage. So when some of our firefighters are at a scene, they don't necessarily can't communicate across the municipality. And so sometimes they have to have somebody at one spot in a radio station relaying kind of the information back and forth. So ideally, it'd be nice to look at what we need to do to improve our radio coverage across the municipality. So that's what that's for. Lifting bags, everybody, I call them lifting bags, but they're the bags that you pump up to lift a vehicle up if somebody's trapped. Accountability boards, so that's the main accountability board for each station. We've got them in place now, but we need to buy them. The main one that gets carried around, the central one that keeps track of all stations. And then we had Seaforth Fire Hall upgrades, 70,000 was in the budget. We did move it out. We brought in hoses. So Fire Chief Arns had indicated that there's a number of hoses at each of the station that aren't up to the NFPA standards. So we're actually kind of swapping this out for now and deferring the fire hall upgrades at least a year. Yeah, so that's probably the only change in this presentation. The budget reflects the actual hoses. I just forgot to change my presentation. Economic development, we got phase 2 of the wayfinding signage. So the first phase was all the entryway signs to the municipality, which say Huron East with the logo. This is to actually the wayfinding signage. We budgeted 75. That was intending that we get some funding from the county. Doesn't look like that's going to happen, at least not so far. Our contribution is only 25,000. We did get some additional funding through, I believe it's RTO4. We'll use that. So whatever we actually get between our funding and RTO4, if the county doesn't step up, then we'll just do what we can with what we get. Then we've got street decoration. So I think we originally talked about this kind of being a bit more of the Christmas ornament side of things, but it could just be used for sort of streetscaping in general, providing whatever that might be. So we kept 5,000 in for that. Oops, sorry. Just to make it clear, there are some operation centers that are tax based, and there's some operations that are revenue fund cost centers. So I'll kind of just quickly go through these. So tax-based cost centers include obviously council, the administration, conservation authorities, policing, animal control, planning and zoning, so reviewing and planning zoning applications, economic development, municipal drains, so our assessments, community services, so our building and property maintenance coordinator, daycare, BMGC, SDCC, VRC, Seaforth Library, Brussels Library, and the cemeteries. Now, the daycare does get some revenue from user fees, all these actually, for the most part, except for the libraries and cemeteries get user fees. There are user fees generated to offset some of the operational costs, but there is still a net levy cost to maintain these facilities. Roads administration is included there, so that covers everything from road operations, road winter control, street lighting, stormwater systems, solid waste management, and our crossing guards. And then Huron East Fire Administration, which also includes the 3 fire stations. Some of the revenue cost-based centers where they're actually self-funded by revenues is all the sewer and water systems, the building department, the Huron East, the 2 health centers, so the Huron East Health Center and the Brussels Medical Dental Center. And then we have these 2 cost centers called the Green Energy and the Seaforth BI. The Green Energy is our revenue that we generate from our solar panels that we have throughout the municipality. And so it generates some net revenue. That net revenue goes directly into what we call our green energy reserve. And then we can use that for whatever we want to fund that might be a green energy focus, such as we've using 50,000 of that for the ice resurfacer, since we're looking at an electric ice resurfacer up in Brussels this year. Slide. I'm not sure how well you guys see that, but is that showing up properly? Let me see if I can get that. Do you see percentages? I don't see percentages.
The only percentage I can see, Brad, is under transportation. The rest of them look too small.
Okay, let me, not sure why that's not showing up, but what I'll do is try to read from my slide. So I'll start with transportation and I'll work my way around clockwise. So transportation is 41%. The orange is the administration, that's about 8%. Council is the gray, about 2%. Yellow is fire, that's 10%. The darker blue next is the policing, that's about 13%. The green is your conservation authorities. The small little wedge of blue there is just your waste management. You've got economic development in kind of the burgundy. There's a sliver there of other, which represents 1%. That'll be things like your bylaw enforcement, not bylaw enforcement, control, planning and zoning. Excuse me. Your daycare represents about 4%. That's that kind of gold colored. And then the dark blue is community service at about 16%. So transportation, fire, community services, and policing are your top 4 cost centers. They collectively are taking, I didn't do the math and I should have done this beforehand. They're taking pretty close to 80% of the cost of the tax dollar. Okay. So next steps, council will provide any comments. They may or may not make any amendments. Once that's complete, staff will prepare tax rates based upon new assessments and the Huron County levy. They'll prepare a bylaw and they'll propose that bylaw to council, and council will ultimately approve that bylaw to set the tax rate. At this point, the timing will depend upon where the Huron County process is. So I believe that's the end of my presentation, and I'll stop sharing for now. I can figure out how to do that. There we are. So for questions, Mr. Mayor, from any members of the public, if they're still here.
Okay, so yeah, that is the next thing I have on my agenda. So are there any comments or questions from members of the public on the presentation just made about the 2025 budget? Do you have anybody waiting out there, Jess? Seeing none? Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor Fisher.
yeah, my wife wants to ask some questions, but she just had to get the phone.
Okay, not a
Sorry.
problem.
So if there's
We can
somebody
come back to her. Are there
somebody
any
else,
other
go
questions
ahead,
from
yeah.
members of council at this time? Councillor Chartrand.
I'll hold my questions until we get into the actual budget later on in the meeting.
There's no problem with actually asking any comments or questions at this point. They can be incorporated into whatever motion we're going to have later on in the meeting. If it just gives us the opportunity to keep things moving forward here. If you want to hold off, I don't mind making a couple comments. Oh, Sandy's back there, so we'll let her have the floor.
No, I just had a clarification just for my own understanding. Like across the top, you've got 5-year budget process or forecast, and then as of September 30th, 2025. So my question is, in the 2024 year to date, does that mean then that it is to September 30th, 24? Or why do you have
That's
September?
correct.
Why do you have September 30th, 25? Is that supposed
yeah, sorry. It is 24, and it's sort of a, I don't know, it's a weird system that we use a budgeting software called FMW, and it doesn't necessarily easily change the background, like the template for it. So for whatever reason, it's kicking it to this year, and it probably does that based upon the calendar year switch. So if we were still back, doing these tables back in 24, it would have said 24, but it is, and I didn't see that either myself. So it is 24, and I can't actually edit that title block. I tried. It just won't let me edit it.
Okay, so your year-to-date actuals are only to September 30th. And then you base your budget on that for 25 for 12 months. But my only question is there a reason why you don't show any actuals? So that you actually see the actual for, say, 2023, so you have some, so you can kind of compare it?
So you kind of go back, look back at 23.
Yeah. If you only have 9 months worth of info of actual costs, it's kind of nice to see what your actual costs are.
Yeah, it's a good comment, and again, it's how now I'm familiar enough with it to make the budget work and kind of get the documents, but changing its background structure is probably beyond my skill set. So
okay,
I was more happy just to get where we are today.
Great, yeah. No, I guess my only comment, I was looking at the Brussels and the Seaforth Arena incomes, and just looking at the minor hockey, just the rates that you have your year to date to the end of September, and then you're budgeting quite a much higher number. And I know that there's timing in there, but I just wondered, are those numbers in your budget like realistic numbers that you're going to be able to get 77,000, say, in the Brussels?
Yeah, so the interesting part with Brussels is that between them and I believe it's the Blythe Arena, they alternate years of operation where they stay open for an extra month. So every other year we'll have an extra month's worth of revenue, and then obviously the alternate years we'd have a reduction in revenue. So when you actually look at revenue for 2024, you're saying, well, geez, that's a big jump. But if you look across the 5-year pattern, you can see that it oscillates back and forth. And if you actually look further down at some of the costs, you'll see that our utility costs also oscillates on that same pattern.
Okay, that's
As
what I
does
was
our
looking
wages.
at, and kind of, it's pretty up and down there. And then just on Seaforth, I was just looking at the liquor sales. Like you go from a 9-month, you've got 23,915, and then you're budgeting $81,526 for liquor sales.
And that was the staff's projection based upon the homecoming in 2025. So some of those homecoming events.
Well, that's what I wondered, whether you were building something in, and whether.
Yeah, it's a, I would say it's a one-time occurrence. So it's a 1-year additional amount. It's also offset if you go again down, looking further down, you'll see that the cost of some bar supplies is also up, the same amount. So.
Yep. No. Okay. Thank you.
Nope. You're welcome.
Councillor Chartrand.
Just so I'm clear, later on in the reports, Brad, you've got 12.2 2025 budget. Is that the place to ask questions, or should I ask my questions now?
You can ask your question. Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, you can ask your questions whatever you want, Councillor Chartrand.
Okay, then I'll wait to that point. The only one question that I got currently is, I've asked this question year after year after year on getting the year-end reports, like for 2022 and 2023, to see if there's a surplus or a deficit. And the reason why I bring this up now, because every year we pay CBOC to audit all of our books, all of them. And yet in the last 2022 and 2023, nobody found that $525,000 that all of a sudden just showed up. I would think that if CBOC is doing a thorough
But it's not a surplus. You just said like it says the money into reserve. It was a reserve transfer, and so that money got put into reserve, and our auditor would have simply said, "Yep, you did exactly what you said you were going to do." Doesn't say where the money from. It was obviously just part of the levy. You just did what your budget said.
But
that's all they're going to check.
But we didn't know that 525,000 was in our reserves. We didn't actually know that.
Fair enough. Yeah.
But CBOC would have.
And I'll be honest, it was our the financial consultant that's helping. She's the one that actually kind of was doing the reserves for 2023, and she noted it, and that's what popped out to me, and I started making the connection and trying to drill down to figure out where that was coming from.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll ask my other questions when we get to your other portion of the meeting.
Okay, so if there are no other members of the public that have any questions at this time, and not seeing any, then at this point, I need to make a motion to close the public portion. Actually, Jess, do I just need a motion to close it now? Because we didn't actually do anything with planning because it was deferred. And there's no decision being made on budget at this time. So it's just a mover and a seconder to close the public portion?
Yep.
Okay, can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Steffler and second by Councillor Newell, that the public portion of the meeting be closed. All in favor? And motion carries. So I have nothing under municipal drains, reports and recommendations of municipal officers. So the next thing to discuss, which again still has something to do with our budget, is the community grants policy. The policy was in our documentation. I hope everybody had a chance to read it. It was quite detailed. I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder, and I will certainly take any questions that council has at that time. So this is just to put the motion on the floor. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Nobody? Nobody wants to even discuss it? I'll say Councillor Fisher is the mover. Is there a seconder? Councillor Chartrand, thank you very much. And so the motion is that the Council of the Municipality of Huron East approve the community grant program and policy. We do not have to pass that as a motion if council's not comfortable with it, but certainly let's have the discussion at this point. Any questions or comments from council right now? Councillor Fisher, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Brad, please, or Jessica, I'm not sure who. There's a lot of stuff there for me to remember, and I hope I don't forget anything. The one comment was that if we don't use all 25,000 in 2025, say, and there's 9,000 left over, that goes forward to the next year, I thought it said. So does that mean that there's 34,000 available, or we just have to put 16,000 in the budget in 26?
You could go either way, I guess. You could increase it so you have a greater amount in 26, or you could just not have to pull as much from the levy.
But now that we have taken out 14 or 15,000 with horticultural and lions and parades, there should be considerably less demand on that 25,000, right?
There could be, but sorry, go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, no, and Bob, I certainly hope there is. My personal opinion is we gave to things that people, because they got it last year, just always put their name in again. They never had to do any work or anything for it. And I'm not trying to begrudge anybody. And lots of them were small amounts. It'd be $500 here or $300 or $60 to a school presentation. And we didn't even have any interest in council members showing up for it because it was just an ask, and we went ahead and did it. I would say that every year, when the budget comes around, council can make this decision. If there's a request that comes through and there was extra monies left over from the previous year, but there's something really valid that we want to be part of, we have the option to just put another 25 back in and also use what was left over, or just reduce the overall budget going forward and keep it at 25. And if you've always got a surplus, that's great if we didn't have to spend it. But hopefully through this, we're taking some of the ones out of there that we knew we were always going to pass anyways. Any community events such as the Santa Claus parades, the horticultural societies, things like that, there's no reason not for council to be involved in those, because those are for the entire community. And so having tax dollars go towards that just makes perfect sense. It's the other ones that come up that we should review year after year on their own merits and make those decisions. Does that answer your question?
Pretty much. And then there was one other part, if I may, Mr. Mayor, there was something about capital projects. I didn't grasp that, Mr. McRoberts.
Yeah.
Okay, and Brad had an answer, I think, also for your last question or comment.
Okay.
Well, I think that's actually led right into what I wanted to say, Councillor Fisher. So that's exactly it. There are two streams. So one's a program stream, which, you know, is some community group that's doing some type of a program, whatever it might be, that benefits the community. There's also a capital stream. So a couple examples where this capital stream could have been used or could still be used in theory is, you know, we had the Brussels pickleball group that were looking for council to give $8,000 towards their funding program. That would have been a perfect opportunity to use that capital stream, and that would have used up $8,000 right off the top, right? So, and then the other one was, you know, if we look at the Vanastra group out there that was trying to do the ice rink, right? They wanted to create some dollars, and council here sat and said, yeah, I have no problem. Let's put some dollars towards buying some materials to create an ice pad. And so we did that as well. All these would be perfect stream. That would be a perfect stream to fund those things that come up on a regular basis throughout the community. And I think if the community starts to know that there's an opportunity for those types of funding, we're not going to, you know, be able to give out huge dollars. You're going to want to divvy it out, but small little amounts to be able to help some community group do something from a capital perspective, whether that's at our, you know, some of our ball fields and things like that, or the soccer group out in St. Columban, you know, if they're looking for some additional dollars to do some investments, those are all great opportunities for the capital stream.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Newell.
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions for you, Mayor. I do agree with what you've said. Hopefully this money does get spent up or taken advantage of every year. One of the questions I had, if we're looking at community groups that are applying for funding towards programming, is there a cap that like a club can only apply one time or for multiple ones? And I'm just wondering that 25,000, if you use the pickleball as example, taking 8,000, I think we'll go through the money quickly. That's our hope. But can groups apply more than one time per year, or is it once a year only?
I think that was the previous version that we had out. And so council seemed to be concerned about having too many restrictions within it in terms of you only get it once, and if you don't, you know, you can't ask more than 3 times in a row. And so I tried to simplify the policy to simply say, it's an open policy, you submit it, council makes a decision in the end. So at the end of the day, you'll get a list of grant applications that are available. You guys will make the ultimate decision as to what goes where, and you guys will make those decisions. And if it's the Seaforth optimists that are coming back every year with a new program and they're applying and putting requests in. Super, great. You guys can make a decision at some point and say, well, you know what, we gave to the Seaforth optimists 3 years in a row. Let's maybe do the Brussels optimists or something, because this is the first time they've asked. Do you know what I mean?
Yep. Yep.
One nice thing about, if I could just jump in there, Jeff, one nice thing about the way the program's written, there's about a 60-day period where you can apply. Once we get all of those applications at once, there may be one group that applies for multiple grants, but that way we get to evaluate all of them on their merit at the same time. And I think it is really important that once you've missed that time frame, you've missed the time frame for the current year. And we need to stick to our guns on that, because you will always have somebody that shows up at the door after the fact and says, geez, it'd be great if you just helped out with this. If you make a policy, then stand behind the policy and go with it. But if you get all the applications in at once, I don't have any concern right now whether one person's going to get too many grants out of it or one way or the other, because all of council gets to evaluate them together and decide where the money gets divided up.
Okay, and second to that, please. I'm wondering if maybe for future budget years, if we can look at having almost like a cost of living or an increase on that $25,000, depending on what the uptake is like from every year. Like I know some of these clubs have, the cost of them running a program, because the cost of insurance or whatever, that continues to grow as well. So I think we should just evaluate it as we go this year to see if it's worth our while to increase it in future years, whether it be a percentage increase or something like that. And then finally, I just on page 111 of our package, in the top paragraph, it says for the 2026 budget year, the grant program will have a deadline application of October 31st, 2026. I think that should be 2025 if I'm not mistaken.
You're correct.
Okay.
Yeah, you are correct. And that's for the 2026 year.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Steffler.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Maybe I missed it or I wasn't part of it. We had a meeting with the service clubs to discuss this, because this, I think, is where, we were a bit confused of clubs and people coming to us for annual events versus one-time off or one different things. My concern is we pass a policy now and we still haven't consulted or discussed some of our other stuff with the current service groups. So have we had that meeting and how did it go? Or are we still trying to organize that meeting?
So the meeting was supposed to happen last week, but because of weather, it got canceled. It is coming up again, and I'd have to look at my phone to try and find out the exact date. But
Okay.
You have to remember that the applications for next year don't even have to be in till the fall coming up. So everybody will be well aware of this well in advance. In fact, the applications have to be in basically 2 months before we get to the year 2026, when that budget won't get passed again until February or March of that year. So everybody will be well informed, hopefully long before we get to that process. Go ahead,
I
Brad.
can follow up on that too. So the actual grant program, this version, was circulated to the community groups. We got some negative responses, but not about the grant program itself. I'll just leave it at that. So, and I think our intent going is that everything is kind of where it will be, and it's really just to open up lines of communication with those community groups.
Yeah, like we're actually talking about passing this 10 months before it really comes into effect, and more than 6 months before they actually, or 7 months before they have to have their application into us requesting something for next year. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mayor. So my question comes back to, we had last meeting, we had a user group running a hockey tournament looking for some, deferral of costs, if you will, reduced ice rate. And did we not say that we would look at it in our granting process? How does that affect? Would they just come into current policy? This new one doesn't take effect till next budget, or how does that work just with the messaging we presented last meeting?
Go ahead, Brad.
So we've got 25,000 in for this year. And the way I wrote it in my report was basically, you'll use it, you'll let, because we didn't have enough time to give people notice. If someone comes up over the course of the year, you can use that as an opportunity to use it through the grant program. So again, another perfect example of a potential program funding opportunity through that group. Going forward, though, that group would have to make sure if they're going to ask for it in 26, they make that request through 26 as part of the grant program in that window of opportunity between September 1st and October 31st of each year.
Councillor Chartrand.
So basically, through you to Brad, so basically 2025 process will be the same as it's been in the past.
You still use your policy, but and we do have a few grant requests, which we'll bring once the policy is adopted. We've got a few of the typical requests that we get. And so we'll bring that as a package to council, and you can consider what we've received to date. And then if there's anything coming forward, subsequently, we'll bring that forward, and you'll have a pool of funds that you can use at your discretion to support grids, at least for this year because of the timing.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple comments. I think the service groups, when they looked at the grant policy, I think the ones I heard from said that they didn't think it would do them much good at all. So, but I don't think they spoke against it though either. I just think they felt it didn't fit their program. Also, too, if I could follow up.
Go ahead, Brad.
Sorry, I was just going to, you finish. Oh, no, I just, I think it does fit their program, and I guess I disagree with their conclusion, because that's fundamentally, that's how I tried to craft this program, to be able to allow that. So if typically in the past those community groups got a discounted rent to use our hall, then if they're providing some type of a program, fundraising campaign, whatever it might be, they could apply to that grant program for that equivalent amount of rent reduction that they're looking for, right? For whatever they're trying to complete. So whatever event they're hosting, obviously that's a community event. And I know that they're fundraising for various community projects, some of them. So that would be their opportunity to apply for that through that process, right? So if they're looking for, $1,000 off their rent, they put a $1,000 request through this grant program.
You had something else, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, but I guess to counter that though, they couldn't really apply for that if they had money in the bank though, I think is where they were stuck on, were they not? But that, I mean,
this doesn't have any requirement that they give financial statements or anything. So that basically would have been that first policy that we had that council reviewed, and we kind of revised it based upon some of those concerns. So this one basically doesn't put any requirement in there for them to say, hey, you can't come to us and ask for a programming reduction cost because you got, 20,000 sitting in a bank account. We're not really looking at financial statements. We're simply looking for them to provide us a report saying, here's what we did with the $1,000 that you gave us, or the 2,000 or the 8,000, and some recognition that we contributed to it. That's all we're looking for.
Thank you for that. If I can follow up, please. And who does the vetting then when somebody makes a grant application? Does it come to council, or is that Lisa's department, or is it the Recreation Advisory Committee would look at that and flush them out?
I just assumed it was going to be council, Deputy Mayor. I suppose if council wants to appoint that authority to the Recreation Advisory Committee, they could. But I had assumed council.
Did you have any follow-up questions, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I'm still thinking, did you see the smoke? I was thinking that, I mean, it has been mentioned a couple of times that the Recreation Committee is struggling to find their identity. I just thought this might be a good foot in the door maybe for them.
I guess my only concern with that is the first time out the gate, does council want to hand it off to someone else and then just get a list of who we're supposed to be giving the rants to? Or do we want to have a bigger role in, here's the type of requests that we got, and here's, what our justifications were for putting it together. I don't have any problem with down the road, if we want to delegate it out, but we may at that point come up with some more criteria of the information that actually comes to council, because it's still council at the end of the day that has to approve the amount because it's part of the budget process. I'd hate to find out after the fact that there was something that the majority of council thought was a really valid request, but it never even got presented to us. I'll come back to you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Newell.
Yeah, I like the idea of the Recreation Committee having some opportunity to be involved in something like this. However, my concern is all the volunteers that we have on that committee are movers and shakers and are involved in a number of different community organizations. And I think they'd have to be declaring pecuniary interest all the time about making decisions like that, because they're already involved in a number of things, whether it be a minor sports organization or whatever. So I think maybe first time around, we'll see how it goes with council. I think that would be my recommendation.
Councillor Chartrand.
I agree wholeheartedly. Not all of these grant requests are going to be recreation. There could be other community groups that come forward that got nothing to do with recreation. And ultimately, it's a decision of council. And for the once a year time that these grants come in and the deadline, I think they should be all reviewed by council.
I'm not sure. Councillor Steffler, did you still have a comment?
It was the exact same as Councillor Chartrand, just not all requests are going to be by rec. So I just think council would own it for the first year and then see where it goes. I think that would be my recommendation.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, did you have a follow-up then?
No, I'm good with that. I just want the conversation to be had. That's all.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So if we pass this grant process, it's really for putting it in place for the year of 2026. Once we pass it, we can also then send notification out to whoever and as many people as possible that this is the process, and they've got till between September 1st and the end of October to get their request to us. So they've got lots of time to be aware of it. But the sooner we pass it, the more time they'll have to prepare for an application. And my understanding is that we've only put into the to the budget the normal amount that we've done in the past. Does anybody have any more concerns or questions at this point? I do have a mover and a seconder. Or is there a request to change the program? I'm going to go to Councillor Dalton because she hasn't spoken yet.
Thank you. Can you hear me there?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if there would be a limit, because I think we could have some organizations, when you say that they can come in for more than one grant request, but then they have to prioritize them, is what we're saying in our general guidelines. So would there be a limit so that we know that there's going to be some, because we kind of know who comes looking for these. So I would be surprised if they weren't expecting that they might get it. So will we limit anybody, or how would we do that?
My personal opinion is I think council would have to look at the entire envelope of proposals and make their decision based on that. And I've seen lots of different examples. And so we used to have a heritage grant program at the county. And sometimes we would do it as a first come, first serve. Sometimes we did it just based on merit. Sometimes they'd say that, you know what, all these are really good ideas, but we don't have enough money in the fund. So then they would dole out a percentage and everybody got a percentage of what they asked for, but at least everybody got something. And I think those are decisions that council can make at the time that we are going to decide who gets the money and how much they get. There's never any guarantee when you apply for a grant that you get it to begin with. And if you get something and don't get all of it, hopefully that is still leaving a good taste in whoever's asking it, because I know there's lots of times we've made requests to the province, and if we don't get all of it, but we get something, we're normally happier than if we didn't get anything at all. So I think we kind of need to walk a little bit with this before we have all of our ducks in a row, but hopefully we're heading down the right path.
So I just comment that I would agree with Councillor Newell that I think it should be a council decision, because it might look better in the ratepayers' eyes if it's looked after by council.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Steffler.
Yeah, because there is no real urgency of it, it is 9 months out. Would we be of benefit because of the communication to go ahead with that meeting that was just postponed, to maybe get some ideas from the service groups and then come back to the next meeting and nail it down to show them what potentially is being worked on, do the explanation of no financials, no this, no that, but listen to them, because they're ultimately the people that are going to be coming to us for the funds.
Yeah, so we have shared, if I'm correct on this, Brad, we have shared the policy with the groups that we're aware of at the moment.
This policy was shared with them as part of a consultation process.
Yeah.
There's a couple of things I think some miscommunication happened here. So the program in terms of application deadlines comes in effect for 2026, but you guys still have 2020, you still have 25,000 in 2025 that you need to allocate for 25. So the way I kind of phrased it in my report was, you would just have the money there. Grant requests would come in like they normally used to.
Right.
We've got some already. You might spend some of that. You might not spend it all. You might spend it all, but by the year complete. And then going forward for 2026, everybody's going to have to submit their application within that window, as opposed to being able to submit their application at any time through the year right now for 25 only. Does that help? I clarify confusing.
Yeah, and just to let you know, Councillor Steffler, I think it was just earlier this week or on the weekend that we had the doodle poll for all of the invites for the meeting you're talking about to try and get it rescheduled. And to the best of my knowledge, there were a lot of dates that were acceptable to the majority of the people. So hopefully that's coming up real soon. We just haven't, to the best of my knowledge, got the email sent back out confirming the actual time.
Thank you.
Okay.
I had some tardy counselors that had to respond to their doodle poll, so I had to wait.
Yeah, I'm quite often that one too. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Brad. Brad, just to clarify, so there is an application window that they have to meet, correct?
For 2026, there will be. Right. So if they want funding for 2026, they have to apply between September and October of 2025. This year.
And
for this year, they just apply as time goes. You kind of leave the grant application process open until the money's either expended or it's over.
Okay, but going forward.
Go ahead, Alvin.
Excuse me. So going forward though, so it's September, October of 2025 for all of 2026, correct?
Correct.
And then rolling forward, then it'll be September, October 26 for all of 27. That's the way you see it. Do you not see that being a problem with people coming in maybe later with stuff, that they can't hit that window?
I personally did not see a problem with that, because if you've got a big group or a group doing something that is out of the ordinary, hopefully they know more than 2 weeks in advance, and are looking for something for assistance, like with the Brussels 150th, or with the events going on here in Seaforth next year. Like, people know of that well in advance and have the opportunity to get something together. And I'm not overly comfortable or looking for someone that has come up with an idea and they just come up with it and they want to do something a month from now and say, oh, geez, let's just go to council and see if we get some funding for this. I think we're looking to help out groups or individuals that are doing something for the overall community, and something for the overall community is hopefully taking more time to organize from start to finish than just the week or the month before the event's going to happen. Like, at the end of the day, council can make an exception to anything. My desire is that we have a good policy and we try and live with the policy. Councillor Deal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'm not 100% sure, the deputy mayor is maybe speaking to, one of those one-offs that, something significant happens in the community, and say the Lions group wants to put on some big fundraiser, but they want to they're looking for a bit of a kickback to get it kick-started, perhaps. Like, we don't always know down the road what's going to happen. And it's just those, I wouldn't say a disaster, but something that pops up that everybody wants to get behind, but they just need that little extra boost to get it going.
Somebody bringing the Stanley
That's
Cup.
where I'm kind of concerned with. I understand that the policy wasn't going to open that up either, but I don't want us to shut anybody out either, if something like that came up.
I guess the opportunity is that council can do whatever they want. My concern is that if we're trying to make it so loosey-goosey, that you're going to get applications all year long for anybody that comes up with something. And at that point, what do? Do you say we're only going to give out $2,000 each month, and that way we can always accept applications 12 months out of the year? At some point, there's got to be a process in place. And if you're asking for a grant for 26, if it's a big enough event that the municipality should be involved in it, I'm hoping that you're going to know about it by the fall of 25. If there's an emergency situation that pops up, I think that's completely different, and it doesn't necessarily have to fall under that grant program. If the majority of council agrees that there's a need to do something, council can always do something. They have that ability, even though we have a policy in place. Because we never know everything. Councillor Chartrand.
Yeah, we at the Seaforth Community Trust, we are in the process of doing the almost identical policy. We've sent our new policy out with applications to all the people that have in the past requested donations, and they have till March 31st to hand their request in. And at that time, the trust as a committee will decide where the money is going to go. Like you said, all these groups know what their events are. Yeah, you might have the one-off but the majority of all these groups know what their events are a year ahead of time. And it's quite possible that when we get to that deadline of October, is it? It's quite possible when that whole package is put together, we may not even spend the $25,000. There might be some extra money left over that we could use for the one-off. So I agree that we need to have a policy and stick to it. And yeah, we can look at the one-offs as a group at council meeting, but you have to have a policy and get organized so that these groups get in that rhythm every year of knowing what the policy is. And that's why we implemented it at the trust, because we're getting groups coming in the door at different times of the year. And we kind of set our own little budget internally as well. So now all these groups are getting used to that. And I think it's going to work well.
Yeah, certainly, certainly one advantage for the year of 2026 is that there is more money available for programs because we've taken some stuff that used to be paid through the grant program, taken it out and made it part of the municipal budget. So we've opened up more room and we've, I think, made it easier for people to apply without the financial statements and things like that.
Yeah.
We've tried to address it for a number of reasons. One, I understand Deputy Mayor's position where yes, if the Seaforth Lions or the Optimists or whoever had money in the bank because they've been raising money for a program, well, we don't want that to negate them from being able to apply for a grant. But the other side of it is that we always wanted to make sure that we were spending taxpayers' dollars wisely. So we use that kind of as a check and balance. But I do understand that, you know, for some of these groups, when it's a one-time thing and it's not a big amount, heck, it might cost them half the cost of the grant to prepare all the documentation. So by doing it this way, hopefully we are being easier to deal with, and hopefully dealing with all of them at one time, and then council can really discuss and offer these out on their merits. Any other comments or questions at this time? I will never say that any policy is ironclad or the best it could possibly be, but we do need to start someplace. We knew that we weren't happy with the one we had, and I think this is at least a step in the right direction. Let's give it a try. And again, council can change it if we find that there's things that just don't work here. So I do have a mover and a seconder. If there's no other comments at this time, I will call the vote. All those in favor? 2, 3, 4. I'm number 5, if I'm counting correctly. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm number 5. So that means we've got how many opposed? 1 opposed. Put your hands up, please. 1, 2, 3, 4 opposed. So motion does carry. Okay, we are down to the budget presentation. So before I read the motion, I will go and let council have whatever discussions they want to. And Councillor Chartrand, you had said you had some things that you wanted to bring up, so I'll let you head it off.
Okay, thank you. At the BMG Community Center, the signboards that says that we're going to make $24,500 in revenue, and yet we only made 263 so far to date, with a budget forecasted of 2,500. So there's something wrong there.
Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, so that 24,000 was a typo. If you actually look at our 24 budget, I didn't put into the FMW wrong. So it's actually 20,000 or $2,063. And the actual is not representative because they were a little bit voices for the signboards. So it's probably going to be pretty close to the 2,000 mark that was budgeted. So that 24.5 was just a typo, an extra zero or something in there.
And underneath that, there's lessons. They forecasted a revenue of $25,445, and they've only made 6,000 to date.
Okay. So when they set up, lessons include swimming lessons, but it'll include the day camp program. So if you actually look a little bit farther down, you'll see the hockey day camp. The revenue there was about 1,600, and we haven't got all our revenue in that yet. It's Lisa's trying to get it all processed to be representative, but it should all be in there. So I think Lisa's speaking with Lisa earlier. She said confident will be in that mark. And then if you look going forward, 2005, we split it out. So the 16,000 is budgeted as a revenue for the day camp. And then lessons was around 9,700. So those two would add up roughly to that 26,000 sort of range.
Well,
so it's just how it was being budgeted in 24.
Well, what's confusing is you budgeted 25,000 revenue, but then in 2025, you only budgeted 9,000.
Yeah, but we split it out. So 25, so the budget for 20 swimming lessons and the day camp fees that we had up in Brussels. Okay, so then if you look at 25, we just split them out now. So day camp has its own revenue stream now, and lessons is sitting at around 9,700.
Yeah, you made that change in 2025.
Correct.
But your numbers in 2024 aren't going to balance at the end. If you in 2024, if you projected $25,000 of revenue and you only made 6,000, that doesn't jive for 2024. I understand you made the change in 2025.
Yeah, but I think there's some of that revenue. We're still trying to deal with some accounting errors. So some of the revenue from the day camp program got sent over to the daycare and not the day camp. So revenue that's generated there, and Lisa's been doing her research, and she's pretty confident that we're pretty close to that mark between lessons and the day camps. Can you just confirm that, Lisa, for me, please?
Yes, I can actually. So there's, again, like Brad said, there's been some accounting still that needs to be accounted for or entered. So it had to do with the credit card processing with the Bambora. And all of the summer day camp revenues for Brussels is actually sitting in the Vanastra account. So it just went to the wrong place, as well as we're still looking for our county money. So yeah, the summer day camp programs both exceeded what they were budgeted for in 2024.
Okay. Flip my page here. Under road operations, I was a little, I guess, questioned user fees. In 2024, we projected a revenue of 42,400. But in our actual to date, I guess is a success story. Our actual to date is 107,000. Like that's over 2 times more than what we budgeted. Is that an error or?
It could be a journal entry, to be honest with you. So whether that's the appropriate place it got recorded, it could be. I think, as I understand those user fees, they're not they're not something that we can predict. They kind of come and go. So there's different fees that we pay for different things that come and go. So if we're busy for 1 year and we get a pile of permits in for certain things, that number will go up. If it's not as quiet a year, it could go down. So I think we always try to be conservative on the revenue stream inside of that.
This isn't building part. This is roads operations.
Oh, I understand, but we do charge permit fees for access to our roadways, sidewalks.
It just seems extreme. Like when you budget 42,000 coming in and you get 107, and then all the years out after it is only $52,000. So I was just curious as to how well we did there. If it was a type. What's that?
We have an example of that, please. Sorry to interrupt, but I have no idea what user fees you'd have for transportation.
So, and I'm not maybe the best, Sean, maybe you have a better sense as to what that is. Sean's on the line here. I'll do my best. I know there is fee for using, if a contractor wants to work in our road allowance, they charge a fee. There's entrance permit fees. So if a landowner is putting in a new driveway to their property, or a farmer for that matter, there's entrance permit fees. So those are the types of user fees that we actually charge. And I don't know if Sean, do you have any other ideas what some of those user fees would be?
Certainly. Anytime the water or sewer department use the roads department, that money is recovered. So the roads department charges us based on the fees and schedules by law, and the money is recovered back to the roads department from the user pay system.
So if this is accurate, then it was a bumper year.
That is correct. It could be a year where, like, we had a lot of service installs this past year, so it could account for quite a bit of it.
Okay, you already answered the question about the liquor at the Seaforth for homecoming. And the last question I had, and again, I guess it's a success story. At the Vanastra Rec Center, we budgeted $4,800 for rent of the hall, and we had an actual, at least up to September, of 16,500, but we only budgeted 5,000 for 2025.
Yeah, so the 16, Lisa, you can help correct me on the number. I forget exactly what it was. I think it was 14,000. So Hydro One had approached Lisa back early last year, looking to be able to lease a portion of the lands behind the rec center to use to stage some of their equipment as part of a project. And so we agreed to that, and that was an annual revenue of 14,000. Pretty much a lump sum one-time type deal, but that's where that revenue got brought in under rent auditorium hall.
Okay, thank you. I just thought some of those might have been type errors, but thanks for explaining that.
Okay.
Oh, you're welcome.
Councillor Dalton, you were next.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm just, I noticed that same thing on the roads operation. Were we given any compensation from the fiber optics? They were putting that all through our municipality. Probably not, but I just wondered if that related, because I noticed that too.
Yeah, we have what I forget what they call them. I think they're called like a mutual service agreement that we have with all those entities, so they get access to our road without having to pay a permit fee.
Part of that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Chartrand.
Yeah, one last question. How are we year to date with collecting the pledges in Brussels for the arena? Are we behind? Are we ahead? Because ultimately, the rest of the ratepayers will be on the hook if those pledges aren't collected.
I can get an update and bring an update to council, either the next meeting or the meeting after. As far as I know, I've heard it's been pretty good. I think everybody's had their pledges in. There might be one or two strays. I think they just had probably indicated to us that they wouldn't do it. They'd catch up next year. So I think pretty good.
And
it's worthy to bring a report back to council.
Okay, thank you. And my last thing, you had talked about it in the public meeting about the possible use of the $525,000 that we found money. My own personal opinion is, I think as we're selling all these lots in Brussels and that money goes back into our cash flow, I think the $525,000 should totally be used to offset the deficits. That's my opinion. Thank you.
If I can respond to that, Councillor Chartrand, and I don't disagree. We just looked at it a little bit different. And if we use the 525 for what you're talking about, there's only a difference of 21,000 to get rid of all the deficits. So that would work. The reason I had suggested having some money put aside, and I suggested this a while ago before I knew that we were going to get 40 feet of snow this year, was that certainly if we had another winter like this, it could affect us drastically, and we'd have to come up with the money someplace. And certainly in my discussions with Lisa in getting the OPP costing thing corrected, my biggest emphasis was you sprung it on us 2 months before the end of the year. They needed to pick up the tab on uh, I forget the word now, but the going back anyways, of what it cost us. But
Retroactive.
the retroactive, thank you very much. But we don't know what the actual increase will be next year. Now maybe we don't have to put 200,000 away, but I think we need to do something. And the reason I think it's a good time to do it, and this is just a prime example of it. We had an extra 2.1% in there for a couple of years. Our forecasted 5-year budget was basically double digits every year for close to 5 years before we were really going to be looking good. But by having an extra 2.1% for 2 years that we had saved up that money, we're not only able to clean up a bookkeeping problem that we've had for a while, but our projected budgets going forward are really in the range that we want them to always be in. And I would just hate to see us skimp on ourselves again and get back into a bad position where we've got to start telling the taxpayers it's going to be 8, it's going to be 10%. We thought at one time we were going to be looking at 12% for Huron East. Now that was 3 months ago before we got everything all worked out. And that was back when also the OPP costs were way up. But I'll tell you, when we're talking into that 5, 6, or down to even 3% going forward over the next few years, I'm very comfortable with that compared to where we were at. So I don't have any problem with your suggestion, but if we do that, I still ask that we put 200,000 into the budget. I realize that gets us up to, I think the number was around 5.5% or something like that. But at that amount, it really puts us in a good management position going forward as a council. That's just my comment.
It's just that those deficits have been an albatross around our necks for years.
I agree.
And if you actually put all those deficits into the levy, you're going to increase the taxes. And if we can pay off those deficits, then you're not going to increase the taxes.
I agree. And technically, Brad's recommendation did do what you were asking. He just divided it up a different way.
I got you.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Newell.
Yes, sorry, just maybe through you to Brad. When it comes to the operational deficits, sorry for my ignorance, but what does that actually cost the municipality to maintain those deficits?
Well, it all depends on cash flow at a particular time, but I could say that, if we're going $2.5 million through into our line of credit, and that's for a month period, that could be, I think it was the number I was told was around $10,000 cost. So if we do that 2 or 3 months, 4 months of the year, you're looking at $30,000 to $40,000 that you could avoid a cost, right?
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For you to Brad. Brad, just a couple questions or clarifications. In the agriculture and reforestation section of your budget there, it talked about user fees in the actuals for 2024 of being $306,000, but moving forward, it's only $55,000. Could you explain that, please? And if you can't, that's just get back to me sometime.
Okay. I think all that is the user. Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'd have to get back to you on what that is. Oh, I know what it is. So we get some money from the province on it, but that 306 is basically what we've received, but it has to be reallocated. So it's not quite jiving. But I'll give you a fulsome answer once I can get a chance to talk to Kenny about it and make sure I understand it.
And if I could just carry on that very same page, just down a little bit at cost center 5012 inspections, repairs, and upgrades. The actuals in 2024 was 1.2 million. Moving forward is only 60,000.
Right. So that's the cost that hasn't been allocated out. So it gets coded to that cost center, but then it has to be reallocated out to the individual property owners. So assessed out to them as part of your assessment bylaws.
Okay. If I could just carry on then, just looking
Sure.
through some of my questions were under the building and property maintenance. I see in 2024, our salaries were up like $22,000.
Sorry, what section are you in?
Sorry, and building and property maintenance.
Okay.
And I see the salaries for 2024 were up $22,000 over previous and projected moving forward. Just wondered if that was a typo or if there was something else John was up to.
I'm not sure I'm following which line you're looking at. Which line is it? Because
I think it was salaries. I believe it was salaries.
Benefits. So okay. So salary is 75 and then 97 was the year actual, and then 76 is what's budgeted. So I can only assume there was maybe some overtime in there. I don't know.
Okay. No, it was just a question. I noticed in the BM&G and also the Seaforth Arena as well, under utilities, for this year they were, let's say in Brussels it was $80,000 this year, but next year's budget at 136, and I think Seaforth kind of mirrors that. And now I know that Brussels for sure probably would go up a little bit because of a full year of the new addition on there. But it just really seems to stand out. Also, janitor costs for both of them facilities were quite high this year in 2024, but then budgeted back down to around $10,000 moving forward.
That'd be the janitorial supplies. It's not the services themselves because the guys do their own cleaning.
Okay.
So probably a lot of dollars were probably spent this year or last year trying to get sort of the dollar with the new building and doing a lot of cleaning to get kind of ready for the new building and for our grand opening. So, sorry, before I'll go back to the utility question. So utilities, the 126, they're increasing each year. So the 84 wasn't.
Yeah, sorry.
Like, are you thinking? Well, the 84 is only for 3/4 of the year. So we were 126. We budgeted 132. That's probably a standard increment to the rent for utilities because I think we budgeted around 10% utility cost increase. BMG, to answer your question, it's a combination of two things. 25, as I said, is a longer season of operation. So we'll operate longer. So of course we'll have more utility cost. And then on top of that, yes, there are some additional costs that are coming in for the actual size of the new building. So we had to adjust to make sure that we had enough dollars in there to cover, a more representative costs are.
Just when I look at the revenues for both Seaforth and Brussels, though, when I look down through some of the individual classes there, it looks like they've got quite a jump in revenue. I just wonder, is that really supported or is that just a guess? Because it seems like quite a jump there on some of the line items.
Yeah, I can let Lisa speak to that. I would my impression of the folks there is that they're typically being very conservative with their revenues. Okay, so if they think that's the number, they usually got something to support it. And then on top of that, they're typically, try to be not super, like I'm not trying to make it sound like we're going way over the top, but they use their 5-year averages. They try to figure out what the inflation factors are. They do a bit of research of what's going on in the different industries, what it might be happening. And they typically do quite a detailed analysis to figure out what the revenue streams would be and what the actual utility costs or the expenses would be. So, I may not be able to specifically answer every aspect of what the staff put in here. Because our manager of Parks and Recreation would have had some input, the supervisor for each facility would have had some input, and of course Lisa would have had some final input to it as well. I don't know if you've got anything to add to that, Lisa, but
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So again, some of those numbers again reflect for the longer seasons as well. And Seaforth actually will be having a longer season this year. As well as with the Brussels Arena, we've been able to sell a lot more ice time with the new renovations, and we're starting to fill in some more gaps. So we're not 100% full with those gaps, but there are some new gaps that have been filled. So we're hoping that that continues.
And I guess just for instance, a look at in Seaforth Old Timers Hockey, this year was $11,000 and next year it's $24,000. It just to me, I wonder, how do you commute that? Or to me, I mean, it'd be great. I'd be all for it if that was going to be the case. But I just worry that maybe some of the numbers were just padded without some backing behind it. That's all.
That Seaforth Old Timers hockey, some of it was that they originally had to pay per team and they were paying an entry fee, but their numbers were dropping. So the Seaforth Arena went with a different approach, and now it's just a drop-in fee, which seems to be working a little bit better for them than say the group having one person collecting the fees, which I think a lot of people weren't paying at that time, and so this approach seems to be hopefully going to work a little bit better for them.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Brad, please. I had a couple constituents comment to me about the $60,000 tractor in the Brussels Cemetery. The one is looks after Maitland Bank, and they buy smaller, like a lawnmower, so to speak, and then have, if they need a tractor, somebody comes in on a per diem. And they wondered also, have we ever thought about subbing it out, the maintenance of the Brussels Cemetery, to see what the cost would be comparable to having equipment and a employee? And yeah, I don't know if that was ever thought about or considered. Then the other one, and maybe Councillor Steffler could comment on this as well. I don't know of any events for the 150th being held at the Seaforth Arena. Anything I'm partaking in or helping with is Agriplex, Curling Club, Legion, or Gowanlock Street. I don't know of anything going on at the Seaforth Arena that would justify a $60,000 increase in beverage sales. I don't know. Are you familiar with anything at all, Councillor Steffler?
Thank you, Councillor Fisher. You're correct. There will be no, at this point in time, there's no alcohol sales that will be at the Seaforth District Community Center that I'm aware of.
Yeah. And then I don't, this might not pertain to tonight talking about budget, but going forward, we do cover these debts that we've had for many years at the two facilities, the two arenas. Going forward, how do we make sure that this doesn't happen again? Even a small amount each year. can we come up with a policy to make sure that we reduce the budget the following year, or we have a reserve or something so that we don't get into this hole again going forward. And then
I'm
my
gonna
final
hand
one,
this
Mr.
over.
Mayor.
I'm going to hand this over to the CAO to respond to your comment there, Bob.
Well, okay, fine. And then I have one more, Mr. Mayor, please.
Yep.
Yeah. So the challenge you had before is you were budgeting for a deficit. So you actually went in saying, we're going to budget for a deficit for those cost centers. And so, you know, whether you were just hoping that revenues would exceed projections and therefore you wouldn't actually have a deficit, I don't know what the rationale was at the times, but you were budgeting for a deficit. Going forward, we aren't budgeting for a deficit. So we actually, every operation center is, either levied the full amount that needs to go to it, but we're not. So if at the end of the day, if the Seaforth Community Center doesn't raise enough revenue, but its expenses, or doesn't raise enough revenue to offset its expenses beyond what was taken for the tax levy, then you're going to be in a deficit situation. But then the entire budget for the years, the entire budget would be used to determine whether you had a collective surplus or deficit. Okay. So the important part of managing your budget is staff look at their budget and say, okay, that's what I've got. I got to manage it. And then they look at it on a regular basis. And what they're supposed to do is bring it to the attention of myself and the director of finance so that we can look at ways of being able to manage that. So if it does run into a situation where any costs are, let's just pick on Barry since he's not here. We'll pick on Barry. Let's say his winter operation cost starts going through the roof, right? And so he says, he comes to myself or Denise and says, okay, I'm going to be over budget on my winter maintenance. So then we all collectively look at where are we sitting on the collective whole of the budget, and are we going to be okay, or do we need to do some corrective actions? Now, if I had an operational reserve, we would, potentially be able to lean into it to cover some of those unexpected costs. But typically, you guys are seeing quarterly, I forget the term now, quarterly report showing where the budget is. And so staff are telling you where we are collectively on the budget. Me as well, staff are getting, monthly reports from, and quite frankly, can go into the accounting system themselves to see where their budgets are. So I know for a fact that Barry and Lisa both go into their budgets on a regular basis to see where they're at, right? And try to make sure they're managing things. So I think that the key is you don't budget for a deficit, which is what we did prior to 2023, 22, I guess it was. But we just make sure we're funding it. So that's all. So I don't we won't go into that situation again. What would happen if you ended up with an overall deficit in a budget year? You'd have to levy the additional amount in the following year. If that was the worst case
I
scenario.
would like to see to make sure that's done. It's not accrued and accrued and accrued.
No, you should be levying it.
Okay. And then people will be held to task.
Sure.
Final one, please.
Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
I'm remembering last year's budget where you came up with the 5-year plan or 5-year guesstimate, and the first 4 years, if I remember correctly, were double digits, and then the last year was 6 something. Now, listening to my wife and Councillor Chartrand read things to me, you got 6, 7, and 5 something, and something else, and one of them's even negative or positive, whatever way you want to look at it. Where's the change? How did you find $100,000 a point? How did you find $300,000-$400,000 each year for the next 2 years, 3 years? I don't understand.
combination of things. So first of all, that 2.1% capital levy got removed, so that's 2.1% automatically. And then we allocated some of the administration costs to non-tax-based cost centers. So yeah, you'd probably be looking at another 300,000 there. We increased $60,000 in the daycare revenues to offset some of that. Yeah.
But we were still paying. We were paying for administration. Doesn't matter if we paid it in column A or we broke it up into column X, Y, W, Z.
Well, yeah, you're recovering it from
how
your.
that makes a difference.
You're recovering it from your user pay systems. So building department, water and sewer systems. You're recovering the administration costs appropriately.
So they're not in the general
I
levy
thought we had
anymore.
done that years ago with Mr. McLaughlin and Mr. Knight.
Oh, you did a small nominal amount, but it was nowhere close what it should have been.
Oh, I get confused. I wonder sometimes. Okay. I'm done for now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Who would like the next kick at the can? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Brad again. Brad, I just wanted to talk to you about cemeteries. On line number 3409, it's the sales. For 2024, it was $10,393.
We lost you, Alvin. I don't know if you can hear me, but you froze up. Or you're sitting very still.
He is talking about cemeteries.
Oh, Raymond.
My inner voice.
Okay, I'll go back to the deputy mayor if he comes back online. Did anybody else have a comment at this time? Councillor Steffler.
Yeah, thank you. CEO Brad, thank you. I emailed you today with a lot of my questions and they were excellent answers. I appreciate that. A couple that I just had left here today. Library salaries in the libraries. We had salary this year, but we don't have salaries going forward. I didn't know we were to pay anybody at the libraries. So why was that? Was that in our budget or is there something changed with their arrangement with the county?
No, the salaries would be our cost basically for maintaining that facility because there are buildings, we maintain them. So they could have been some of John's time. Certainly since it's under his jurisdiction, it'll be an allocation of her time to it. But I think what we've done is we've kind of collectively put the community service department as one cost center and then just allocated that through. So salary pops out, comes in as a recovery cost on a separate line item.
So it's just a different reporting. That's fine. Excellent.
Yep.
The one thing I would request, and I think it's been overlooked, is the Seaforth Hall, like the kitchen in the community center. It is in very bad shape. The cupboards are falling off, the doors, the power keeps blowing out of the, when people plug in heating elements, etc. I don't see any capital expenditures for that piece. So if we could just review that, I can't really change. I just threw that on you right now, but I did notice it this past weekend at the community center. And then the one thing that I'm really against pulling the Seaforth Fire Hall renovation out. And I'm more caught off guard with the comment of, the hoses being out of date. We just did a full review of bunker gear and equipment and everything. And I would have loved to have seen all that bringing us to current. We shouldn't have anything out of date when it comes to fire and safety. And we need to get those hoses replaced. I fully agree with that. But I can't, I really can't go into this. I would love to see that 75,000 stay to the fire hall. Two reasons. One, we're out doing exterior painting on the arena in Seaforth as well. So maybe you share that tender with exterior painting on the fire hall at the same time you're doing the arena. That might save us some money with one tender. But that building itself hasn't had any exterior or really look maintenance in a long time. So I know we're pushing it out a couple of years and, you know, we talked about that, but I really think we need to keep that in there. Thank you.
Go ahead, Brad.
Well, I just wanted to make it sure I understood that I don't think we're actually looking at an exterior paint. That dollars that were set aside for that were to fix up that front radio room in the offices and then upgrade the washrooms. They weren't meant to be any exterior painting at this time. So even if we put it back in, it was for interior renovations, not for an exterior work.
Okay. I would love to see it stay in, please. Thank you.
Any other comments at this time? Brad,
No.
when you were giving your presentation, there was just something that kind of popped out at me. And the paint, I think, was for the Brussels arena on the outside. And interestingly enough, it was 30,900. And then under that, on Public Works, you had roof repair that was 30,900, and then you had heaters that were 30,900. I didn't know if there was some cutting and pasting that had happened by mistake, or if it's just pure coincidence that all those items cost the same amount. I thought the heaters at 30,900 seemed like a lot, unless like if we're talking gas tube heaters, but I could be wrong. And maybe those are just the actual quotes that came in.
Yeah, I think there was a multitude of work, the main one being the heaters, but those numbers may seem weird because they're all saying that sort of odd 30,900, but they were probably all sitting at a certain number. And then we've started to index them. So we put 3% onto each of them. So it's probably a 3% being added to a $30,000 number. Right.
Okay. Okay.
That makes sense.
Yep. It does.
Yeah.
Yep.
They were all 30,000 budgeted, but you put 3% on that over a couple of years, and that's an extra $900 or something like that, probably.
Okay. All right, Deputy Mayor, welcome back, and you've got the floor again.
Thank you. I apologize for that. For some reason, everything just went out on me. I just wanted to follow up with the rent at the Brussels Medical Dental building there. In 2024, it was only 25,000, but in 2025, it's proposed to jump to $46,000. Are we raising the rent that much on them on the tenant we have there now?
No, it's not. It wouldn't be a rent increase. It's on the hopes that we actually rent out the one space that's been vacant.
So
Right.
it doesn't really reflect though what we're taking in right now.
No, but at the end of the day, what happens is your reserve transfer for that just gets adjusted. So once your costs are accounted for, so if we had less revenue, then your reserve transfer would just be reduced. It's just a net zero cost center. Does that do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, but I don't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we can reduce it. You're just going to reduce the reserve transfer, but I'd rather try to be optimistic that we're going to find a tenant for that space.
Okay, who was next? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Then if I could follow up, and then I apologize for being just plain stupid about it. I was out of the meeting there for a little bit. Going back to page, I think it was 120 on your report, Brad, where you talk about the capital levy and the municipal levy. And excuse me if it's already been talked about when I was gone. So are we looking at a tax increase this year, or a levy increase this year of 3.4 plus the capital?
No.
What was the explanation on that? Thank you.
So the 3.4%. So you have a capital levy. So that's the increase in how much you've contributed to capital, right? So that is a 6.7% increase. But your overall, including your capital levy, is only 3.4%. So when you kind of think of the math, it means that somewhere we must have reduced the operating cost. And that's primarily because we took 2.1% out of the capital levy, out of the double counting on that capital levy, plus we reduced some of the administration costs, plus some increased revenues.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. That's what I thought it was, but I just wanted to hear you say it. Thank you.
Yeah, nope, glad you clarified that. Thank you.
Councillor Deal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Brad, just clarify something for me. You spoke before about the budget process going forward is you didn't want us to look at a deficit, correct? You didn't, how did you put it? That we did a deficit budgeting process before or something?
For the recreation centers, and which we're actually, as a municipality, a lower tier municipality, we're actually not allowed to deficit budget. The province can, the feds can, we can't.
Right. Okay. So
Yeah.
there's just been a couple of points brought up. One was the Seaforth Rec Center, increasing their sales to compensate for something that possibly may not happen. And then also the medical dental. You're projecting that we get $40,000 in rent when probable, unless we rent that out, we're only getting, I can't find the number right at the moment. In my mind, you're looking for deficits there. Because you're putting it into the position because we're not actually making that money or bringing that money in. Are you not projecting a deficit on those?
No, because all you would do is adjust your reserve transfer. So
Yeah,
what always
but
happens?
I understand that you'd adjust your reserves, but in essence, you are putting it into a deficit situation, correct?
No, I don't think you are. Because I think so for both the Huron East Medical Center and for the Brussels Medical Center, you've got basically your revenue streams, which is your rent, and then your expenses. And so at the end of the day, if expenses were higher than what we expected, and rent was lower than we expected, then you would have less of a reserve transfer. What you don't want to get into a situation, though, and I understand this could be a deficit situation, is where your rent doesn't come in enough to match your expenses, right? So our reserve transfer to the I have to pull the number up because I want to make sure I'm talking the right thing.
So Diane, if I can answer about what you were talking about with the alcohol sales. So if you look at last year, they actually did do 24,000 in alcohol sales.
Yeah.
And they projected 81 for this year, but they also increased the purchasing to 53,000. So there's only a $28,000 difference between those two. So the bottom line is we make money off it for sure, or we wouldn't do it at all. But if we don't get the sales, we're not going to do the purchasing. So the 28,000 is only $4,000 more than what we actually did last year.
Yeah, I
it's
see
net
that.
profit at the end of the day.
Oh, it's over and above that.
All right, thank you.
No, you still wanted the answer for the other thing. Brad was looking something up for you.
I won't be able to find it quickly.
Okay.
Without potentially losing my connection, so I don't want to mess around.
Okay. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor. You're still muted there, Alvin.
Sorry, I think my internet was going in and out again. So thank you very much. Just to follow up on what Councillor Fisher talked about the cemetery, the tractor, the new purchase for a tractor there. Understand there's a tractor there already. Just wondered, since it's not a big use for a tractor, why are we buying one? What's wrong with the tractor that's there now? So that's all. And I do realize we still have a say in it if prices come in down the line. I just want to know what was the problem with the tractor we have there now? That's all. Thank you.
I think, Mr. Mayor, I think I'll let the Director of Community Services answer that. I think she's got more background and awareness.
Okay.
So the tractor that is currently at the Brussels Cemetery, so there's two. There's a mower, the little John Deere mower, and then we have a 1970, maybe even older than that, Massey Ferguson, which is in failure, and it cannot do the work that needs to be done. So that tractor was tried to be fixed, and it didn't work, and so now it can't perform the services that we need it to do.
Did you have any follow-up for that, Deputy Mayor?
I guess I wonder, so what are the duties it needs to do? And what was done to it? I know we're getting kind of technical here, but I just want to know, since it's not a high-use tractor, I just can't see spending that kind of money on a tractor if it's not going to be used a whole lot anyway. That's all.
So the use for the tractor was the biggest thing that they were looking for is a tractor that can fill in a grave, have the strength to move the dirt around, as well as like when they dig a grave, they don't leave the dirt like right there beside it. They move it, so then it needs to be relocated back. And in addition to that, there's heavier branches or things like that that they want to move around with in a bucket. And the thought is that that tractor will not only serve the Brussels Cemetery, but it will also serve the parklands to help keep up with the grass cutting.
Okay, Councillor Fisher?
No, thank you, Mayor. Don't we have a Kubota running around the North Patrol somewhere that could be used?
That Kubota has been sold.
And not replaced?
It was a Public Works
Yeah,
piece
but
of
it wouldn't
equipment,
be used
so
every day for
no, it
public
has not
works.
been replaced.
So what is, okay, what is Public Works doing in lieu of that Kubota then? Barry's not here to ask. That's what I was wondering, if one department couldn't use the same piece of equipment.
I think the
Several
Kubota
departments couldn't use one piece of equipment.
I think the Kubota was replaced by the I can't remember the brand, but it's the sidewalk machines. Sean, help me out.
Trackless. The trackless.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which we just purchased last year.
Is that what you were going to respond to, Sean, or did you have something else to add?
No, that is correct. It was swapped out for the trackless.
Okay. Councillor Dalton.
I guess I'm on here. I'm kind of on the same line for this tractor. I think some of the cemeteries use backhoes. I think we have backhoes in the municipality. And I think for the number of times that we should be able to somehow share a piece of equipment to go in and do whatever they need done.
I could be wrong, but did we not get a report at council sometime within the last 2 months where there was a problem with the size of backhoe that we use in Public Works would not work in the Brussels Cemetery because one, it was either too large or was going to cause damage or something else? Can somebody clarify that one way or the other? Because I thought we got a report at council about that.
Yeah, that's true. The backhoes are too large for in the cemeteries because of the trees. They can't get into all the plot spaces.
Okay.
Why don't we just leave it? And I think the best thing to do is just let staff bring a fulsome report to hopefully address some of your questions and concerns. Like I said before, it will have no impact on the levy. The dollars will just stay in the reserve.
Okay, I've got three things listed here that um, we need to decide on, and I guess that one there is understood that it doesn't affect the levy at all one way or the other if we put it in, take it out. And if we don't buy a tractor because we decide not to later, once we've got a report, then again, it didn't affect anything either way. We still just hang on to the money. There was two other things. One, the first one brought up by Councillor Chartrand was that we get rid of the two operational reserve amounts that we've had holding over our heads for a long period of time. And then along with that is the question about the $200,000 that we put in, whether we call it a rainy day account or whatever, whether it's the winter snow next year or if the OPP decision comes back and bites us a little different than what we were expecting. And in fact, if we put it in this year and the OPP is not a problem next year and snow's not a problem, then it's just a bigger reduction for next year's budget. What we could do is still take $21,000 out of that entire amount the way staff had written it up and just say that the 525 goes towards or I guess it's 525 plus 221, and so then it would be 179 that we put into the rainy day account. So it's only a reduction of 21,000 from what staff recommended, but we get rid of those annual deficits, and we still have a little bit set aside just in case. When we reduce the deficit by 20 or the budget by 21,000, that's what, about 0.2%? Is that about correct or is that more?
I'm not. So we're reduced. So I'm not sure where we're reducing. So 525 just going to take care of the deficits. So
right.
if you guys just want to vote on that one first and just get that one out of the way.
Well, the way you had it written up, Brad, was that we take 200,000 and set it aside. We take 325 of the 525 and pay off a portion of the reserve deficits. And then we add another 221 back into the budget to clear off the rest of the reserve deficit. So I'm saying take the whole 325 and 221 that you need to get rid of those numbers, lock, stock, and barrel. Now you only had 525 to begin with, so you have to put another 179 in. Does that make sense?
If you're going to put the 525 total towards the deficit, you've only got another 21,000 that you need to levy to finish the deficits off. So to answer your question, yeah, it's probably about 0.1%. So we'd be 3.5 instead of 3.4, roughly, levy.
But you still have your 200,000 in there then for next year for your what if?
No, you can do that as a separate resolution if you want, or you could do it all together. Depends what council wants to do.
Okay, well, we can do it in separate stages then. So let's deal with the 525 to begin with. Does everybody agree that we've already raised the money? We've had this hanging over our heads. Should we just get these off the books and balance our actual budget like we're supposed to by law? Is anybody opposed to doing that at this time? Councillor Chartrand, you have a comment?
No, I'll just make the motion that we take the 525 and use it to pay off the deficits.
Second.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on the motion that's on the floor? All those in favor? And motion carries. Thank you. Okay, so maybe this is where I was goofed up, Brad. Because when I added all the numbers together, I came up with a different figure. But anyways, you're saying 200,000 we're putting in a rainy day account is what's been asked for, and that basically brings our budget up to the 5.5. if
Well,
everything else stayed the same.
if you levied another 221,000, you would get rid of the 21,000, would get rid of the rest of the deficit,
Right.
and you'd have a $200,000 operating reserve. And if 200,000 is too much, I mean, at least 100 or something like that. That's, doesn't have to be that number. I think that's a reasonable number to go forward with. And I'm not saying every year you would levy that. It's just it's 1 year you get an opportunity to levy that amount.
Okay, Councillor Chartrand.
Where I'm having a hard time with this is this is an additional $200,000. We keep on putting money in reserves and reserves and reserves. This is a whole different category. It's an additional $200,000 on top of all the other reserves that we're putting in there. This cash flow problem that we got, the majority of it generated because of our undertaking of a subdivision in Brussels. Like I said earlier, every time we sell a lot, that money should go into your cash reserves. That's your insurance in case something happens. Why do we want to put an additional 200,000 away on top of that when we do have some potential cash flow coming back in as we sell these lots?
Okay.
I mean, Brad got us on a good train here of putting reserves in out for the next 5 years. This is a whole different category of throwing an additional $200,000 in a savings account for a rainy day, basically, is what you're saying.
Okay.
And I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it.
Okay, and that's fine, and it's certainly not something council has to go with. I do want to clarify a couple things that I need to ask staff for the correct information. With the value that we've been receiving for the lots in Brussels, by the time all the lots are sold, will the municipality actually have cash in hand, or will we have basically just recouped our costs and built a new subdivision in Brussels?
Yeah, based upon what the list price we were listing them at, we would have been probably had some, modest amount of income. So, let's just say if they all sold at the price we listed, we might have had a $300,000 net income. But since each lot's kind of selling $10,000 less, I really honestly don't know at this point in time where we're going to fit. I can do that number crunching.
But you're recouping you're recouping the cash flow that you took out of the cash flow.
Well, yeah, you paid a whole bunch of expenses to build that subdivision.
Exactly.
So you're recouping. It's not a windfall. It's just
no, it's not
cash.
A windfall.
So the 200,000 or the 100,000 or the operational reserve has nothing to do with the working capital. That's your cash flow dollars. This is just simply for we'll call it the rainy day fund. When God knows what happens, and you might think that it doesn't happen, but it happens, right? We get claims every year, so we got to pay the deductible, right? So you can at least cover that if we got a huge claim or a huge series of claims. What happens if we have an emergency event? We're going to have to use our cash reserves to fund that, which we can, but you're going to run into a cash flow issue again. So, I'm only making the recommendation as to advise you. If you guys don't want to do a $200,000 operating reserve, that's perfectly fine. It's just, to me, it was an opportunity because of where you were sitting from a financial perspective with your levy. It was an opportunity, and I think it's an opportunity that you can take. Who knows what next year will bring? You may not get that opportunity again.
Okay.
I understand the comment that you're making, Councillor Chartrand, is that the taxpayers have been hit pretty hard last few years, and if we don't need to up it anymore, why do we up it? I'm going to ask, would it make sense to split the difference and have 100,000? Because there's two things that we don't know about at the moment. One is whether we're going to end up with another winter like we've got now, and two. We don't know for sure where the OPP thing is going to come out. We got a 1 year reprieve, but my understanding is that that was a 1 year reprieve. It wasn't meant to basically carry our expenses going forward. Now, never know, the province may just say, hey, all you guys got to do is a 1 or 2% increase over top of your last one and carry on. If we did the 121, so the 21 to pay off the rest of those deficits, the 100,000 in, even if we left everything else in the budget, that would be down to 4.5%. And then there is still the Seaforth Fire Hall to be discussed, whether it comes in, comes out, or whether we add something else in for that. I have no idea. Is there any consideration for going halfway on the $200,000 request? Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I would be in on that. I think it would be wise to set up an account like that. I understand what Councillor Chartrand's saying. We've had reserves up the wazoo lately, but this is something different, and there is an opportunity here. Yes, I hate going back and taking more money from the taxpayers, but that money's going to be there for when them circumstances arise, say winter maintenance, whatever. So I would put the motion on the floor to go for the 121 and see where that goes.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Second by Councillor Steffler. Any more comments on this one at this time? Councillor Deal.
To Mr. McRoberts, do you know approximately, like you had a figure in your head at the 220, what would the one be at?
You're muted, Brad.
You're probably looking at about a 1 to a 1.1% additional amount. So that Mayor was probably accurate, saying probably 4.4 to 4.5 would be your new levy.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions at this time? So this is just on the 121, which will only leave 100,000 for the rainy day account. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Councillor McGrath. All right, I'll say opposed. All those opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4 opposed. And that's 5 to 4, so motion carries. The Seaforth Fire Hall. That was the last thing that I had on my list based on the discussion that council had tonight. I'm going to let Councillor Steffler bring his points forward again, and then let's discuss it.
Yeah, just that building, it does need upgrade. $75,000. I heard, I don't know from the firemen directly that it did need an exterior paint. There is, if that's not where the money was budgeted, that's what I was under the impression. However, I know the building does need some repair and some maintenance on it. When I spoke to CIO today, just asking about when it was just removed, the conversation around potential new fire hall in the distant future, if you look in the, capital report to 2035. But I really do believe that keeping maintenance on these buildings is important. And if we don't, then, I fear putting it out 2 years. It's a new council, putting it out different directions. I think we can afford it this year, and I think it needs to happen. So the 2 points that I had on the exterior painting were the $100,000 that was budgeted for the Seaforth District Community Center already. It is in our budget this year. And the Brussels Morrison Gray exterior painting was, I think 40,000 was in the budget this year as well. So hoping we could get the same contractor to do all the same work. But regardless, I think we need the maintenance on the building in Seaforth. Thank you.
Brad, if I can ask, go ahead if you had a response to that.
No, I just have a clarification. So we pushed off the 70,000 was for the fire hall, and that was for the washroom upgrades and the office radio room. So do I leave that where it is and just put some money for the exterior right now, or are you trying to move them all forward? Because if we move them all forward, we can do them all. I don't have enough reserves for the
Brad,
fire.
I have a question because I thought at the county level, when we were discussing our projected 5-year expenses, it was back on the table about a joint facility for Huron East with a fire hall and ambulance station being built in Seaforth. And that was within the next 5 years as the way it was being discussed. Now, certainly county council hasn't approved it, but the Treasury Department has put it in there as what the plans are. And they've discussed a number of times about the fact that we need to, find another use or sell the building where the emergency service is in the what they call the Tucker Smith shop now. Has there been any more talks of when or where that is going to be?
And the last thing I know that I heard was that the county was in negotiations with the Seaforth Hospital Trust about the potential of using some of those lands to put an EMS station there. No other fire, no public works, just an EMS station. That's the last I heard, but that was probably at least 3 months ago.
Okay. Well, without asking the question at county, unless the deputy mayor has more information, I don't remember much more discussion other than the fact it was brought up by the treasurer that they are planning down the road a joint facility between Huron East and EMS.
Sorry, Mr.
Go ahead.
Mayor, if I could. I mean, the other option too is we could kind of just. I always intended to do what I'll call. I did it for that at one point in time when we were looking at the Gray Fire Station and all the public works up there, and the EMS station. Doing a similar kind of strategy for the south part of the municipality, where we look at. So Public Works has got 3 buildings currently that are various vintages. And then there's the fire hall. So what does it look like if we ultimately declared all those assets surplus? That money comes in to be put towards it. What's the difference in revenue? All right. And particularly if you start looking what is the cost savings based upon what it's costing us to heat all these different buildings and maintain all these different, one new building might be a lot more cost effective. So certainly we could do that as part of this analysis, and maybe let's go through that analysis and then decide for 2026 what type of work we do at the fire hall. That might make more sense rather than just going out and painting it and then finding out the year after that we're not going to stay there, we're moving it, whatever comes from the county discussions. At least we kind of know where we sit. And the big question is, where are we going to put it? I have had conversations and looked at different spots within the Seaforth sort of proper urban area to try to figure out where we'd plunk a large complex like that, but not a lot of them available.
Councillor Steffler.
Yeah, thank you, CAO Brad. In your report tonight to the public on the budget, it was commented that the renovations were being taken out for hoses that were out of date. So
Correct.
the hoses that are out of date need to be replaced. That's urgent. We cannot be going to fires with hoses that are out of date. That's just an insurance liability in my mind. Not knowing the cost, but this is the first time we heard about it. That's going to need to stay in the budget, or at least be communicated to us. How much do you know how much hoses, and not that they would cost, but what that comment was, and is it 200,000? Is it 2,000? I don't know what a hose costs for fire.
It's 27,000 each station is what we budgeted. So that's what, 76. I can't do the math off the top of my head.
That's 81,000. That's 81,000.
Yeah.
Is that 81,000 included in the budgets already, or is it that 70 is a replacement of that 70 was 3 hoses, which are now 70?
So we took the 70,000 to do the renovations in the fire hall, moved it out a couple years so we could actually fit the hoses in, figuring they were the priority.
Okay, so there is no cheapness by doing this or that. We've got to add. If we're
Right,
keeping
you
fire
gotta,
hall painting, if we're
yeah.
keeping the fire hall maintenance in, we're gonna have to add additional 70,000 because the 70 we've already had is now 81 on hoses.
Yeah, you've got 78,000 at the end of 25. You'll only have 78,000 left in your reserve right now. So you could theoretically spend 70,000, but what happens if something else happens during the year? I don't like to get it that low. But you could, in theory, if I think this is where Councillor Steffer's going, levy an additional $70,000 more in 2025. So add that on to the 4.4 we were at, bump up your reserve contribution to fire by that amount of money, and then you can pull it forward.
Exactly. Thank you, Chair. So,
Councillor Chartrand.
Just so I'm straight. So we just got done passing 121,000 to be added to the levy. Correct?
That's correct.
And now we want to add another 75,000 to the levy on top of that.
That's the request.
Okay.
Okay, well, that was the last item I had. If I understood correctly, the Brussels tractor was not going to change the levy at all, because it was coming out of the reserve amount that was there. And if it doesn't get purchased, the money stays where it is. As far as the Seaforth Fire Hall is concerned, my last suggestion is this. Brad, we're at about 4.4 or 4.5. We suspect we are at 5 or less with the county, but let's say it's 5. For argument's sake at this point, if the municipality were to up a little bit of money in there, not necessarily the full 75,000 that Councillor Steffer is asking for, but if we were to up it to 5 even for the budget, that would be probably in the neighborhood of $50,000 or $60,000 that could be sitting there if we were going to do some work. If you put 5 together for the county and 5 together for the municipality and 0 together for the school board, then you're going to be at about 4.8 to the taxpayer at the end of the day.
Well, yeah. Let's just don't forget this is just a levy. This is not your tax rate increase. So then you have to bring new assessment into that factor as well, which will pull it down even a bit more.
Yeah.
So your tax rate could be anywhere, and I'm just going to guess, guys, don't quote me on this, but your tax rate could be anywhere between, 3 and 4 or 5%, 3 or 4, so 3 to 4 tax rate. Once everything's all considered and blended, if you sit at a 5% levy increase. Okay.
Okay, so at the moment, I'm going to say we need to hear from the fire chief, a report about how much necessity there is to do the repairs they were originally going to do. But if we put this money there now, we really haven't spent it until we get a report and council approves it. And if the tax rate at the end of the day is going to be in that 4% range across the board, is council content with that at this time?
So I need to understand what I think you just said. So are we looking at adding an additional 70,000 on top of 121,000, which we agreed to, and the money going to the deficits? So let's kind of set that aside. So that's kind of mute. So we're going to be at. So I think it would just be easier to ask for a motion to amend the budget to include an additional 70, just say $70,000 for a capital levy for the fire hall. And then just call that vote. That would be easier and cleaner, I think.
Okay, all right, I'm fine with that. Is anybody willing to make that motion? Councillor Steffler is making the motion. Is there a seconder for that motion at this time? I'm not seeing a seconder. Oh, second by the deputy mayor. Are there any other questions or comments? Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This 70, is it going to hoses? Or is it going to
No,
maintenance?
No, the hoses were already covered. So this 70, if in fact it gets spent, would go towards the fixing of the washroom
Radio
and the
room,
radio
washrooms,
room.
etc. Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions at this time? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do you want to read the motion, please?
Jess, can you please read that back to us?
That the council and municipality of Huron East would accept the 2025 budget with the additional 70K built in for the fire hall maintenance. Loosely worded. I can clean that up a little bit, but that's the sense that I got out of it.
Go ahead, Alvin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we just have 2 readings on this and not pass it fully until we get some of these other questions answered?
Well, we don't do readings with motions, so we
That's
don't
only
have a
bylaws.
separate tax bylaw or anything like this. That's just with bylaws. The motion would just be accept the motion or carry or defeat it.
Councillor Steffler.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say with the amendment that we got the report from the chief of what maintenance was going to be done. Because
Okay. No, go ahead. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brad.
I mean, I know what it was. I mean, it was to totally upgrade those washrooms because you don't have enough washroom nor have the appropriate distribution for male and female. And then it was to upgrade that sort of front lobby area where you walk in, where the radio sits and where the office is. You know, basically gut it, refloor it, and do the washroom upgrades. Washroom upgrades are the biggest part of it, most expensive part. That was what the project was.
Thank you.
Councillor Chartrand.
Yeah, when Jess read that potential motion of accepting the budget with the addition of 70,000, shouldn't that also be added the 121,000 that we just got done approving ahead of time? Because that wasn't part of the budget.
We already approved those as part of the budget with the previous motions.
Okay, because it wasn't in his original budget that he brought forward. That's why.
That's correct. That's why we passed separate motions to pay off those deficits and have that rainy day fund.
Okay.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to put $70,000 in the budget that is available for the washroom and radio rooms at the Seaforth Fire Hall. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? I'm going to say yes. And opposed, please? Motion is defeated. All right, so
Mr. Mayor,
yeah, go ahead.
what was the count, please?
I had 5 opposed and 4 in favor.
Thank you.
Okay. I am down to what I believe is the last motion at the moment for the 2025 budget as presented. And so that budget would be...
I would say as amended, Mr. Mayor.
As amended, okay. Oh, let me get my paperwork straight here. I don't know what the final figure is now. That's the problem. Okay, so can I get a mover and a seconder at this point? And this will be that the Council of the Municipality of Huron East approve the 2025 budget as amended. Those amendments include leaving the tractor in because it didn't affect us one way or the other. The money that was listed for the fire hall will be purchasing new hoses for the fire departments. The 525 plus an additional 21,000 will pay off the previous deficits to the recreation centers, and there will be $100,000 left for supposedly, whether it be OPP, snowplow removal, or whatever, our emergency fund going forward. That is everything that we've discussed that I've got notes on here tonight. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that budget, please? Moved by the deputy mayor.
No,
Oh,
no,
sorry, he's not doing that. Go
no,
ahead, Alvin.
just to comment, I'm not prepared to vote on this budget tonight. I want some more time with it.
Okay.
We've talked about a lot of stuff tonight, move figures around, things like that. I just think we need some time to digest it. I'm not against anything. I think we've discussed a lot of stuff and had good discussion of, but I'm personally not prepared to vote on it tonight.
Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would concur with the deputy mayor. I got number fatigue. Just a few minutes ago, Mr. McRoberts said it could be 3%, it could be 3.5%, it could be 4 or 5%. I would like a further discussion on some of the discrepancies we found and very accurate figure before I would be willing to vote on a final budget. Thank you.
Okay, I only have two comments to throw out on that. We need to have a list for staff if you want them to bring back specifics. As you said, we've had a lot of discussion tonight, and I don't want them to try and read everybody's mind and say this is what we're supposed to be bringing back and this is what they're looking for. I'm fine with all of that. If we have a list for staff, they can bring back the information you're requesting. My only other concern is for Mr. Roberts to nail down that exact number, whether it be 4% or whatever. I'm going to ask him if he has to have the final figure from the county before he can verify that number, or is this a separate standalone number for Huron East?
It's a lot of work to do the tax calculations, so it'd be a lot easier to know what it is, but sure, we could make a run at it and figure out, assuming that the county's at 5 and what ours will be, we could figure out what the actual tax rate increase would based upon the new levy. We could make an estimate.
Okay. Councillor Chartrand, you had a question.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's not a deadline that we have to approve it tonight because we don't even know what the county is yet. So we do have some time.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Challenge. Sorry, we could just. The challenge though is that staff need to start working on some of their work plans. That's the challenge.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
But if we delay to March, what's our second meeting in March? Jessica?
18th.
The 18th.
Right, because it's just 28 days in February. So yeah, it's the first chance we'd probably be able to get back to you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
I gotta come back. You gotta think of what I was going to say again.
Okay, not a problem. Go ahead, Alvin.
I know what it was now. Sorry about that. Since we are going to come back, are we going to bring back a report on the Seaforth Fire Hall, like Councillor Steffler suggested, about that additional money being spent there? Because I would feel better knowing if there was a report on that, that we get to see that. I know we've thrown around some numbers again on what they were going to do and not going to do, but I would be interested to see that report if there is one. Come back with it.
Okay, so I need to clear up a couple of things here. I did I get a mover and a seconder, Jess? I did not. Okay. So if we don't have a mover and a seconder, do we need to defer, or can we just not do the motion that's in the agenda?
You just wouldn't. Go ahead, Jeff.
I was going to say, you just probably wouldn't address the presenting of the budget for 2025. You captured some of the other motions because you've broken them all apart of how it was the recommendation was.
Okay.
I guess I would also think that just to cover that approval piece, I would prefer to see it kind of as a deferral so that you know when it's coming back.
Okay, so, and the reason I'm asking that question, so council's aware of it, is that the deputy mayor is asking something that I should get a motion of council to have the fire chief bring this information back. So to do that, since I started something here, can I just get a mover and a seconder to defer the budget until staff bring back the information requested? Is that an acceptable wording?
March
Okay.
18th or March 4th?
They're going to bring it back as soon as they can, Bob. He couldn't
Yeah, no, I
guarantee.
just want to know for the motion, Mr. Mayor, that's all.
Won't be the 4th. It'll be the 18th.
Okay, good.
Okay.
That's
All
good.
right, so
I would second or move.
Okay,
or
so
whatever you need.
moved by the deputy mayor, second by Councillor Fisher, that the budget discussions are being brought back at the March 18th council meeting. Any final comments or questions? All those in favor? And motion carries. Thank you. So now, Deputy Mayor is making a motion requesting that the fire chief bring back a report.
I got a
Explain.
question.
Oh, go ahead, Ray.
How isn't that just the opposite of the motion that we just got defeated?
If council wanted to reverse that motion to put it into the budget, it would take two-thirds of the council to raise it from the table and then have the discussion, if I understand our bylaws correctly. But asking for the report of what work needed to be done and what it was going to cost and the justification for that work can be a separate motion altogether.
Okay, I just was curious, that's all.
Yeah, okay. So moved by the deputy mayor requesting that the fire chief bring back a report explaining the need and urgency of potentially doing the radio room and washrooms at the Seaforth Fire Hall. Seconded by Councillor Steffler, I believe. Any final questions? All those in favor? And motion carries. Thank you. I think we are down to the Connecting Link grant and the project plan.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, please.
Go ahead, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. Back to the budget. Some of the numbers on revenue streams at BMG and SDCC are a little disconcerting for me, or what's been read to me. Could we have maybe a more fulsome review of those as well?
Okay, I'm going to ask all of council, since we've deferred. I think that takes it out of discussion at this point.
Okay.
But council can send any request into staff with the understanding that this is just the extra information they're looking for the budget. If you're going to do that, please do it sooner than later. Don't wait till the 12th of March and hope that they'll have everything here on the 18th. If you're going to do it, please get it to them in the next few days.
ASAP. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, not a problem.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just on the finalization, who would I send that to? I have the concern on the Seaforth Community Center, the kitchen cabinetry and the stuff. Do I send that to Dave, Lisa, Brad, Jess? Who do we send so it's all uniform?
I'll ask that question.
Or the CAO or the clerk?
Who's going to compile the list?
You would send it through to myself, John, as well, and copy Lisa.
Thank you.
Okay, good. We've got clarification on that. Brad, was there anything to talk about for the connecting link?
Sean's been here this whole time for that.
Okay.
So, if there's any questions, Sean's here to answer them. I think the report's somewhat self-explanatory, but
It was, and you even broke a lot of it down in your presentation tonight, what some of those costs were. Go ahead, Councillor Chartrain.
Yeah, last time I spoke to Barry, they were gonna meet to find out the actual start date because there was a concern of things being tore up during homecoming.
do you want to? I think Councillor Stuffer can speak to that.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mayor, Councillor Chartrand. I just want to say, excellent work on the Public Works Department. As soon as the connecting link was announced, I guess, or soon thereafter, I got a call from Mr. Mills, knowing I was on the homecoming committee, and said, "Uh-oh, we got a problem, but we got a good problem." So I took it to the homecoming committee on the February meeting, which is the first Wednesday in February, so whatever date that was. And homecoming's all on board. How they can help us. It's just like with the open communication and the dialogue along the way. Excellent work, and the homecoming committee is all on board for the road work and just being communicated along the way.
So is there a start date was my question.
The start date was May. Was what was communicated to us.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Is there any other questions for Sean at this time that he could answer? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Through you to maybe Councillor Fisher, because Councillor Fisher told me about a problem or about gas stations along number 8. I think maybe I let Bob speak to that, please, if I may.
That was one of, I have two concerns on this not concerns, just questions on the connecting link, Mr. Mayor. The first one was, there is one existing gas station today, but there was 4 in this part of the connecting link, right in front of Robinson's, Pizza Train, and the one we're dealing with at the school property, as well as the existing Shell station right now. Is or will there be a contingency for environmental in case we have a surprise? We have had surprises with gas stations. And the second concern, we're looking at 2.7 million from the province and a $7 million project, so we need 4.3 to 4.4 million. Do we have enough in our bridge and road and water and sewer reserves, taking into consideration our OSIP and our gas tax revenue for 2.5 years, so that we don't have to debenture anything going forward?
I can probably speak to that.
Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, so yeah, all of this can be paid for. So your road reserve, it was always pretty healthy. So you'll cover it in terms of the work. So the road part of it. So the sanitary would come out of the C4 sewer reserves, and the water part would come out of the C4 water reserves. So looking at that, you're looking at probably 2 to 3 million of that's coming right out of the utility reserve. The rest of it's coming out of our road reserve, which is roughly about 11 million. So you should be in good. You're in good shape. You don't have to do any debentures. Don't know what I can't speak to what you're going to see in the environmental piece. Sean, maybe you'll know if there is. I'm sure there'll be a unit tender to show like a. I'm getting tired because I can't think of the term, but
contingency.
Yeah, yeah, that's not the word I want to use, but
okay.
A number is set in there so that you get a price from the contractor as what it would cost to deal with, per ton of contaminated soil or whatever. So that'll be in the tender, but I'm not sure, Sean, whether yeah, the budget when you were pricing it was allowing for some allowance for contaminated soil or not? Let you speak to that, Sean.
Yes, there will be a contingency for contaminated soil, and we worked into the our excess soils is how it's determined through our contracts now. So there's a whole other set of rules for projects now to deal with soils from projects being taken off site. So it's all dealt through that process.
Okay,
Thank
that
you.
answers your question, Bob.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Sean at this time? Okay, seeing none. Thanks for showing up, Sean. We are down to correspondence at this time. Sorry, not correspondence, council reports. And I will go to the deputy mayor for the county council report first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to make it brief. Our meeting on February the 5th at the county, we had Ben Van Deeten there from Maitland Valley Conservation Authority. He gave us a report on the Huron Clean Water Project's annual report. This Huron Clean Water has been and continues to be a very successful program. Cover crops remain the favorite program of them all. There was 137 projects submitted this year for cover crops alone. That covered about 29% of the money we give out. So far, for 2024, there was $395,079 that we give out at the county for these projects, and that turned into $1.1 million worth of money being spent on different projects. So that's a 3-to-1 return on money that's being spent. February the 12th, that was our county council budget day. It turned out to be a Zoom day that day. We discussed all the parking lot issues. The warden then asked each member where they were comfortable with on a rate increase, and the replies came from 3.5, I believe, to 5.5. So our follow-up meeting, I think, will be in 2 weeks when we finally determine. So that's everything I've got.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Other boards, committees, meetings, and seminars, I'll go to Councillor Fisher first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to comment on my Roma notes, but I'm tired and I'll do it the next time. I just wanted to mention that this Saturday morning is coldest night of the year walk in Seaforth. Starts at 10 a.m. at the town hall. We walk for about an hour and a half, end up at the Presbyterian Church for soup and coffee and some goodwill, chat with people. I'd love to have all of you join me on the walk, or if you can't join me, if you were willing to support the United Way, all the money raised on the walk stays in Huron East. 10 a.m. on Saturday morning. I'm looking forward to seeing you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob. If there's no other boards, committees, meetings, or seminars at this time, actually, I could bring mine up at this time. Both the landfill and recycling boards, I sit on those. The landfill, I don't know if council remembers or not, but we put about $15,000 a year from Huron East towards the Mid-Huron landfill. And this is for their perpetual care, even though we had about $5 million in the bank at one time. The concern is over the 50 years, because of the cost of the leachate hauling, that we were going to have to contribute on a regular basis. Two good things. One, we have done an exceptional job at the recycling board. And even though we're able to put some money aside for future maintenance and purchases and stuff like that, there's about $15,000 or $16,000 coming back to the municipality from the recycling board. So those two are a bit of a wash. We're also in the middle of investigating something that we do hope, and it looks fruitful at the moment, of a way to 100% alleviate the leachate problem at the landfill, so that there will be no more trucking or processing going forward. And one of the ways is we're working with a company out of Quebec, and they've done this at a lot of places. And we're talking about planting tens of thousands of willows over the course of the landfill, not only on the landfill site, but even around it. And these willow trees are a special breed. They're designed specifically for this job. And you actually go in with a harvester every 2 or 3 years. You cut them right off at ground level and they grow back just like a sugar cane or something like that, but they soak up so much of the moisture and stuff out of the ground. So it is actually costing the board, and we already had this in our budget last year because we've been working on this for a while. But we are going ahead with the study now. It's costing about $32,000 to put the whole plan together to basically prove it, at least on paper, that this will be a viable thing, a financial thing. Along with this entire setup that comes in, um, there's an actual monitoring station that puts the right amount of leachate into the plants on a weekly basis to make sure that, first of all, you don't pump too much that you're killing them, and two, that you're giving them enough or the maximum amount that they can soak up. And if in fact this works out, it's about a 5 to 8 year complete payoff of the entire system. Um, and after that, we shouldn't be using any of the perpetual care at all going forward, other than just the engineering costs that you have to do for the province once a year just to monitor the site. This could completely alleviate the donations being made by Huron East to the landfill. The other nice thing about it is, one, it's good for the environment, planting all the trees. And two, if in fact this system works, then other landfills that we've been involved in that could have problems down the road, this could be a good learning center to do more good in Huron County and hopefully avoid some other costs down the road. So I just thought those were good news stories that we're working on that I thought needed to be shared with council. So thank you for that. Are there any requests by members at the moment? Councillor Fisher.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I forgot. When I had some questions from 3 or 4 residents in Bridges about, and my geography is bad on this, that fire chief is going to put up a roadblock off of Birch Street. And I'm not exactly sure where, but I thought the way it was explained to me that was supposed to be a second emergency entrance for Bridges. And what the people from Bridges told me was that this was going to be closed and barricaded. That it would be off of Birch Street, the gravel road through the, I think is where they mean. Any comments on that? I guess if fire chief is not here, Barry's not here, it would go to you, Brad, maybe?
Yeah, I know there's been conversations back and forth between the fire chief and their director of public works. So it's not a road. It isn't. It's just simply a laneway. There is meant to be some emergency access. The bridges themselves don't want that emergency access to be a driving path. They want it barricaded. So they don't want, and actually the community there doesn't want it to be a drive-through spot. It's strictly for the purposes of an emergency, that those barricades can be removed so that emergency vehicles can get in from an alternative access point. It's not meant to be a public thoroughfare. That's the purpose.
I realize that, Mr. McRoberts, but this barricade is, like you just said, it can be bollards that can be lifted out or
Actually,
Yeah.
I think he stated they could be drove over by an emergency vehicle.
Yeah, not sure he knows what that is. I'm not sure I've ever seen a bowler that you can drive over.
so then they could be driven over by a honking F-150 too?
Yeah.
Anyway.
I can't answer the question. I'm only telling you what he told us at the meeting.
Okay.
But there is supposed to be a barricade there, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, are there any notices of motions at this time? Seeing none. Announcements. Councillor Deal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just like to make everyone aware that the Cranbrook Hall is doing another fish fry on April the 12th from 4:30 to 7. I've got tickets available. They're 25 apiece and take out or eat in. Brad, 2 of them? Thanks.
Go ahead, Councillor Steffler.
No, I was just taking 2 tickets to a fish fry in Cranbrook.
Okay. I had one thing under announcements, Brad. I did get it forwarded through to me from Ali, so I'm assuming this is going to be on the next agenda. This is the rewording of the bylaw or the agreement for the recycling board. I finally have them sending out the wording for changing the percentages of which municipality has to pay what when we do large capital projects. And I've got Huron East share cut down from 33 to 25%. And I know Goderich is already on board with it, so as long as Huron East agrees with it, it will. Now, just in fairness to council, that doesn't necessarily ever affect us. This is only if, in fact, we had to do a major purchase. If we had to buy a new excavator or something, anything that falls under capital according to accounting principles, we're going to change the percentages that each of the partners has to pay. And I got ours reduced because we are not the large contributor anymore into the landfill. And so the board has agreed to it. And so it's being sent out to the municipalities for their approval. I'm assuming we'll approve it. Anyways, that will be coming. Is there any other announcements at this time? Is there any other business that anybody needs to bring up? Seeing none, there is no bylaw for planning because it was deferred. And so can I get a mover and a seconder for the confirmation bylaw? Moved by Councillor Chartrand, second by Deputy Mayor, that be it hereby resolved that bylaw 15 of 2025, a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council, be given first, second, third, and final readings, signed by the mayor and the clerk, and the seal of the corporation be affixed thereto. All those in favor? And motion carries. And can I get a mover and a seconder to adjourn? Moved by Councillor Fisher, second by Councillor Deal, that the time now being 10:02 p.m., the regular meeting now adjourn until March 4th, 2025 at 6 p.m. All those in favor? Motion carries. I know it was a long night, folks, but there was very good discussion, and I think we have covered off most of the budget.